I have pressed the button. You may now resume talking about how badly you've scarred the boat.
Hey,
Welcome
I
back.
had a great conversation with the boat.
You did help the boat process a lot. Anyway, welcome back to Exalted 3rd Edition Dragonblood Crimes of Nature. Last time, the crew made it back to the Blessed Isle. They are on the actual shore of the Imperial City. The landing was complicated by a bureaucrat trying to find any reason to delay or inspect the boat, just trying to exert power, and, did not expect to slam into two dynasts very experienced with dealing with this. All of the paperwork, is in perfect order. The crew was also met by a local immaculate monk in training. Her name is Ladal Sharin, and was pretty overawed by the religious pilgrimage from out in the threshold to the Imperial City. Just very much earnest, honest, willing to help, interested in you. Definitely they sent the baby out to see if you were a heretic because Sharin would have absolutely no sense of guile and would immediately come home to talk about it. But seems like a pretty nice girl all told.
Yeah, kind of shoot the messenger.
Yeah. Nellan Zagan, one of the old associates of Angler, received and caught up on the politics of the Isle, what has been going on in the details of the Great House's game of politics since the Empress is missing while you all were out in the threshold. In effect, House Memon and Memon herself is making a more overt move towards, Mom would have called me the boss. She just didn't have the opportunity. So let's just cut to the chase and say that I'm the boss. And she hasn't really done any sort of forceful backing of that, but it is very much claiming the title. House Peleps, rival of House Venif, of, Venif Milan, maritime house that used to have the trading merchant fleet until Venif stole it. Well, stole, air quotes. Grandma gave the merchant fleet to Venif because she likes to see her children fight. Peleps sided with Nemen largely entirely because of wanting to be on Menemen's side of the Sisters Divide. No one else has made overt movement towards the side of a block or another yet. There has been some under-the-table dealings and some figuring out of why hasn't some people talked about this yet. Why is Ladal just sitting there? Ladal should be all over this. They're super religious, and Menemen is all, one of their favorite people. What's the deal? And so on and so forth. Also, Sinis Lysaea was nearly picked up by members of House Sinis posing as the official pickup squad, but it was a bunch of people with a grudge who wanted to, go out, take him to a barn, and torture him and murder him off the books, rather than the official way of taking him to a barn, torturing him, and murdering him legally. Until they encountered Yang. No one expects Yang in their plans. Yang will immediately derail any plan that Yang is in contact with.
That's great.
They were immediately sent running and being just humiliated in front of a bunch of House Nellans and a bunch of other House agents, and did not have a very good day. They were extremely turned into a corn cob in the public square. So, beyond that... Oh, and Obsidian talked a bit with his crew, and his first mate in particular. Didn't completely come out and say why he's on the boat. Got a lot closer to saying why he's on the boat. Discussed a little bit with the boat why he's on the boat as well, and made sure the boat knew to protect the crew if it comes down to it. Boat was very insistent on protecting everyone, but agreed. And with that, we have caught up to the current day. Well, the current moment. The Milan, Milan, Yang, and Angler are still in the tea house with Agon. Repose is still walking the city with Ladal, Sharin, Old Man is still on the boat, not the crow's nest. I will say that ahead of time this time. It is the lookout. And Obsidian is still in the boat.
When do we fight a whale?
One day.
Yeah, DM.
Confront
we
the
find
whale, you
out.
coward.
Unsheath your comma.
So, would there be particular questions or motives to speak with a gun? And other things being going on. Oh, right. There was one bit of politics mentioned that Milan's idea of nationalizing the roads that Grandma found hilarious and adopted turns out to be a very major point of debate and contention in the deliberative in her absence, as all of the great houses are pissed that they are losing out on toll money. So that was another thing mentioned.
Grandma was pretty bad. Well, she was good at her job, and that's the problem.
She was incredibly good at her job. Her job sucked. Her job was being an autocrat that made sure the empire ran exactly because of her and no one else.
Her job was survive indefinitely and drag the rest of the world screaming with you.
Yep.
Not a great woman.
You have to respect the tenacity to do that.
No,
It sucks that she did it, but man.
Just come to my attention, you do not, in fact, gotta hand it to them.
You really don't gotta hand it to her.
Yeah. You really don't gotta hand it to her. We should probably dump our prisoner first before.
Yeah, let's get this bit of
Well,
business.
they should know that
way.
we're here now since we sent their thugs packing. I'm sure they're going to run home to mom and dad and complain what happened.
I also need to file with the local magistrate about political prisoners and all that.
While you're doing that, could you also file a request that we allow for fast transportation to up and down the river? Very fast transportation, i.e. you up and down the river to get back to House Nellon's territory?
Oh, that won't be a problem.
Understood. And then, Agon, need to ask you a favor.
Yeah, what's up?
Can you send a message back home through our usual channels and such to my family and just give them the phrase Blood Moon Rising, please?
Blood Moon Rising, got it. Any particular language or just high realm?
Surprise me. She speaks any language I do, so she'll know.
All right.
All
right, I'll make
more.
sure.
And more
I'll make
now
sure-
that I think about it.
I'll make sure she gets it.
Yes, just so my wife, thanks, chat, I'm getting ahead of you this time, gets that information. Just gonna cut that off at the pass. Just gonna let you all get it out of the way. Just gonna take care of it and move on. Anywho, continue.
So,
Very nice.
The filings for we have a political prisoner. Milan has never personally done them before, but Milan is a good enough bureaucrat that you just know exactly where to go, what files to file. It's honestly pretty quick. Most of the bureaucratic end of this is going to be on House Sinis's end upon receipt, because they are just going to have him dumped on their doorstep, and then they have to do the process.
Make sure that it is known he is charged with horrible representation of the realm,
Being an
deserving-
embarrassment to our redness, and etc. That's the big one. Just being a disgrace.
Generally intolerable.
and thanks to her redness, that is a capital crime. Good job, great grandma.
Personally embarrassing me. Death.
If you
Don't make me
insist
tap
on-
the sign, says the Scarlet Empress.
If you insist on, including me in reply, please don't fucking embarrass me.
Or else I will
Yes.
execute you.
Mm-hmm. So there is a very kind of unsettling calmness and rote kind of thing of just like, yeah, here's your papers. It's like Milan is reflecting on how routine this feels. It feels like any number of other bureaucratic filings Milan has done, thousands of them, even in the short period of, time Milan has been a bureaucrat compared to the rest of the Dragon Blood. It is it as bloodless and just kind of detached from both ends as any other bureaucratic process, but this is the process that is going to lead to someone being killed.
Over the course of this last year, I've done some very out of ordinary stuff, so this is almost calming to Milan.
Yeah.
This is boring and safe to me, and that's nice.
That's comforting, but at the same time, condemning someone to death.
I am sentencing a man.
You're
to be
not. I
executed.
am.
Well, yeah, above board, Milan is sentencing some to death at the hands of House Sinis. Meanwhile,
I got me some poison.
You are sending someone to be executed for irresponsible household budgeting, mostly.
yeah,
This was the big killer app that you were able to put down upon him of, you spend slightly more than is polite on cocaine. Scandalous.
Now, I don't like this fact, but also, fuck that guy.
the ultimate justification for bureaucratic and state violence. Fuck that guy, though.
I mean, his, that
Yeah,
is
no,
going to be a lot less
I-
horrible than his actual
laughing.
death.
But so, yeah, the filings are complete. The paperwork is handed back. And at this point, 1 second. Pulling up the notes again. I have had to have so many more names in my notes list after you got back to the Isle.
Yeah, now we have a lot of people to be around. While you're pulling up that name, if Angler senses or knows that people are approaching, he would tell Yang, it's time for you to disappear.
Yeah, you would be feeling just out of a gut feeling rather than your charms going off, okay, here comes the actual squad. Because you just hear the outside chatter shift in tone.
Do I have to roll for stealth, or can we just sit here and like, and keeps trying to hide himself until he gets a really reasonably good success?
This is not important enough to hide yourself right now. It's tailing that would be more important to have an actual roll off.
All right.
So Yang can either like step out the back door or blend in with the crowd in the back and just be assumed to not be.
Yang is already a filing cabinet.
I'm probably outside the front, and the second I step outside with that dude, I'm just gonna throw whatever dart I have and then peace out.
Mm-hmm. So, the
Yeah, should be
doors
preparing his sniper's nest to take
Yeah.
the shot.
Actually, yeah, I'm probably actually finding a sniper's location. I'm not even hiding.
Yeah. Okay. So for that, roll me.
I guess before this, I could say I have trained
Please
like
put out early after the humiliation to find the sniper's nest because you knew it was coming. So I would say give me a perception archery die with 1 die stunt.
I think that's an 11.
All right. Yeah, you are able to get up on top of the tea house, look around, find a bunch of high vaulted buildings that you're able to scramble up. Just kind of drop down, use your stealth belt to blend in with the thatching on the roof that you are on in particular, and just sit and wait.
Turn off the old humanity, and I'm a cunt.
So, the oops, closed the wrong window. Door opens up, and the actual detachment shows up, and you can tell this because it's not a kind of ragtag, Dynast leading number of either a cadet house or patrician goons. This is the very slick, well-dressed, polite, quiet, would not have to kill you in person. They just know her. They know the word to put in someone's ear.
A tall hat
kind of
is
person.
here.
Yes. It is a woman who appears to be in her middle age, wearing the Mon of House Sinis very prominently on a deep green, long flowing robe. backed up by looks like her kids, actually. Like, it may be her direct children, it may be, nieces and nephews. This is a tightly knit response.
Do I see a family resemblance between them and our prisoner?
Perception awareness.
Just a second. Where is... There we go. Three.
Modestly distant cousin, maybe? They've got kind of similar eyes. It's not something like they are direct family house connection, but like, you would not be surprised if they are closer to each other than the average Sinus.
I would like to make a check to see, okay, why this person? What about this person conveys why they are the pickup crew?
Okay. First of all, this is one of the higher rank members of the Thousand Scales in the Imperial City that is a member of House Sinus. It is not like top of the heap level bureaucrat. Her name is Sinistinova Maba. She is a member of one of the houses that is like distinguished enough to have a middle name based on the founder of the Cadet House. Sinistinova being the matriarch of the subhouse. And Sinistinova Maba is one of the higher ranking members of the Imperial Purse, which is one of the many numbers of one of the many ways that money is handled in the
Yes.
So the direct invocations and breaking of Imperial law here that you filed on were disgracing the Scarlet Empress's name, and then a bunch of financial impropriety and appropriation of House Sinus assets. So they probably found the most high-ranking financial Sinus they could get on, sprinting and shouting distance notice.
They are taking this seriously.
Yeah, this is
dealing with an accountant.
Yeah, you're dealing with an accountant who is very much not happy from the looks of things. And from, Maba bows her head slightly at the two of you, raises her head. Gentlemen, I take it that you are our escort of our errant sheep.
Modest bow. It is as you say, milady. No, I don't like the mouthfeel of that. Let me take that back.
Is this your small talk kicking in?
No, that was me, Bradway, saying.
That was Bradway saying that.
I do like that actually being in character. I really do.
Wait, no, that came out wrong. Hold on.
No, don't like the mouth.
Remember, we're back on the island.
Ma'am?
Okay. Ma'am, madam.
Ma'am.
Oh boy, those are some rolls. What are those rolls for?
Maba is looking at Milan kind of closely for a moment. It only takes her, it's one of those stares that feels like it is a good 10 seconds, but everybody else involved looking at it realizes it's maybe a second and a half. As Milan just feels scrutinized down to the hair follicles of just,
No, we're not going to use the charm just yet. I'm going to let her scrutinize me.
Do I recognize what she's doing?
You can read
it's
intentions
any kind
back
of awareness charm, rather, is what I'm asking.
No, it is not an awareness charm. This is just a boosted read intentions on Milan. It is what mechanically is happening. I see that Vanif's prized grandson has made quite the name for himself. Although I didn't expect you to turn bounty hunter.
With the times as they are, even the most humble... No. Let me rethink this. With the times as they are, sometimes we must go above and beyond our calling.
A noble drive, and one that I certainly wish more of the Thousand Scales had in their minds at these days. She kind of looks up wistfully for a moment before looking back with kind of a frozen expression on her face over at Lysaea.
Do you mind if I roll intentions on that specific, read intentions on that specific sentence?
Go
Get how
right
she
ahead.
feels about the Thousand Scales right now?
Go right ahead.
Can I try to get a read on her backup?
Yeah, go ahead.
God, where's my read intentions? There it is. Good God. Oh no, I stole your rules. I'm so sorry.
No, that's fine.
The backup.
Can we swap those? Can we just swap those? Come on, let's swap those.
No. So Milan is. This woman is very practiced at having a just kind of a poker face, for lack of a better. She's just very good at it. The most you can get is that she's either meaning what she says, or the closest thing you can think of is that she does have more complicated opinions about the Thousand Scales, but she feels like she's being pretty sincere about that. She feels like there is a actual undercurrent of not put on irritation at the state of the bureaucracy of the realm right now. How and why? Question mark. Angler, meanwhile, Angler is, a military policeman. Angler recognizes the look of people who can kill you without thinking about it, but are very good at looking like wallpaper.
Thought so. Okay. Yep.
Well, here are the proper forms. I have compiled a list of the many crimes of Sinus Lysaea. I have tabulated his, from what I could gather of his expenses over the past. I was only able to get 3 months, unfortunately.
She takes a quick grab at it and takes a look. Raises her eyebrows. I've seen soirees in the city that have a smaller budget for 3 months. She kind of looks back at Lysaea, who is, unable to really respond.
He's just vibing.
Vibing,
Certainly
deaf, blind, and a bunch
driven
of
by
other
your own
things.
faith.
Yeah, vibing.
A weakness of our house, to be sure, but she kind of glances sideways towards Vanif and the two members of House Nellens. Surely even you recognize that this is a little extraordinary for our family.
Something felt off when we first came to his province.
Indeed. If only his matriarchs and his family had been around to check such details, but it seems that he would rather have fled to the barbarian lands rather than listen to somebody tell him no. She tucks the words back into her robe.
Can I kill her too?
Probably not a good idea. I will just give you a common sense of that's probably not a good idea.
Yang thinks about it for a second.
There is a moment of Yang just going, I kind of want to, but no, we're gonna make this would make things worse.
Yeah,
and if you shot,
creep.
Also, Yang would know that if you killed everybody who says barbarian, you would be killing about 80% of the people.
I have to kill the entire island.
Which is what your handlers keep telling you needs to happen.
I'm gonna lower my standards a bit for my brothers.
Yeah.
There is one more thing I should mention.
There's an assassin outside.
Shortly after disembarking from our vessel, we were met by a group of House Sinus who claimed to be you and was there to claim Lysaea.
Yeah, throw them under the bus.
I fear that some of the houses within Sinus may seek to end this man's life prematurely before justice can be done.
Interesting.
I can provide you with a description and a location as where we met them.
You can give the quick description.
Yeah.
She would nod and listen. Tell me, young Master Venif, what is your thought on why they would have done such an egregious breach of protocol? What motive do you think you would have ascribed to them?
Silence. Perhaps he held information or knowledge that would jeopardize their positions. That is my read on the matter.
Certainly the sort of motive that is quite common on the Isle. I feel that you may be right, but this is what further investigation in the process is for.
And I shall leave it in your capable hands.
She bows her head and nods. I thank you once again for helping clean up this distasteful chapter of our house's annals. House Sinus is grateful to Houses Nellens and Venif for the assistance in this matter.
House Venif is grateful that we could resolve this in a peaceful way to benefit us all.
I'm grateful you're grateful.
Basically, that's what I said is, we're grateful you're grateful.
She just
Dimitri,
nods
we're
and
both
gives,
grateful. We can both be grateful.
she nods and gives a light snap of her fingers, and her relatives behind her just kind of swoop forward like a cloth curtain blowing in the wind, scooping up Lysaea by the arms. Just very much the feeling of, this is not the execution, and by the process, it's not going to be the execution for a while. This is effectively the death sentence clapping down on the shoulders as these people grabbing him.
Out of character, there is a reward or something for this attached to it, correct? Or is this just... Or is this simply
this house is basically acknowledging officially that Houses Nellens and Venif, we'll scratch your back.
Can I
Okay,
can
I
I
figured.
describe things for dramatic flair?
Go ahead.
Before that, there was
Yes.
one last thing I wanted to do.
Hmm?
May I make a bureaucratic roll to hide some information within the documents I signed and provided?
What information?
Placing the investigation and basically who's ever taking charge and investigating the Jade Orchid Prefecture to a independent third party, House Nellens.
So you want to forge it to make it look different?
No. I'm essentially creating the official. Let's get Engler's wife down there.
Oh, so you want to catalyze it in paperwork that she's going to be the regent of the region?
Yeah.
Be the next magistrate, yes.
Yeah, that would be manipulation bureaucracy, I would say.
Can I aid this in any way?
Roll me the same roll, and your successes will be added to Milan's dice.
Okay. Bet your butt I'm going to be using every single point I can on this. But hold on a second. What's my manipulation? What game am I playing? Where am I?
Here is it.
I'm going to be adding in
my
two,
charms.
Oh, I'm glad I had 2 auto successes.
Woo-hoo-hoo!
I will use a willpower to boost that up to 3.
And also no ones.
Yes. Nothing. I mean, the 2 successes automatically
Yeah,
kicked in, so
that
it
would
would've
have
been
stopped the
botched.
botch, but still, in spirit.
Yeah.
That could have been the botch of the wild.
Ooh.
So,
Yeah, all right.
So roll 3 more, Milan.
Yeah, all right.
Alright, so that is 1, 2, 7, 8, 9. Okay. Yeah, no, she does not even blink twice at the look of House Nellens being the adjudicators of this. It's just like,
Oh, so that's why they're here.
that is the look. You don't quite get the reaction. It is either the reaction of I am accepting this as the scratch that like the back scratch you deserve, or okay, this was already set up in advance. Either or, she just kind of sees it and goes, "All right, just
Fine.
You made this feel
And-
like, well, obviously this is part of some larger deal.
Yeah,
This-
yeah. The
this
magistrate
is-
can't be here for this, so the closest relative to the magistrate, this idiot, is here instead.
Yes, it is.
You
this
boys are
feels
out here
like-
doing the legwork for someone else's plans.
Yeah,
To be honest, it would be rather odd if this
the
wasn't
young men
there.
are out here to do the work for the ladies who are going to be going out there and doing the actual legwork.
Yep. Hello, matriarchy.
Yeah, there's like she just takes it in complete stride, and just I bid you gentlemen good day. Turns and walks out with the other members of her house, Lysaea in tow.
And the second he crosses the threshold, he gets shot.
Now, okay, I want to double check on this. Are you sure you want it to be the literal second that he is in daylight he gets brained, or do you want to wait for a more opportune moment? Like, what kind of statement do you hear?
What would Yang do?
Yeah, and also what would Yang do?
Not implicate the hearth as best as he can.
Yeah.
I will
So-
give him until he is about to leave the property of the tea house, and then he gets shot.
Yeah, so like down the road a little bit.
Enough
Like,
time for an assassin to go, oh, that's him.
yeah, enough time so somebody who was not knowing exactly where he was, knowing exactly where to shoot. More along the lines of somebody who
Yeah.
was posted up and watching the docks.
I am
Would-
faking a response time of, oh, that's the dude. Okay.
Okay. The good DM response of, are you sure about that? Your character would think about this probably.
Yeah, that would not be
as
very
he's
angry
leaving
in the first
the
place.
property, I release the
The blindness,
Charm, I
deafness, etc.
yes. No, he's not blind because
Right, yeah,
he
no.
had to be able to see to be able to get there, but the deafness and the dumbness.
Okay, so that is released. You can see him visibly realize that it has been released, but he doesn't. His mouth is shut, and he realizes like this is not a situation I'm going to be able to talk out of.
I'm probably dead.
So, okay, now, first of all, roll me. Let's see how I want to structure this. Roll me. Wits.
Can I give you a stunt? This is the
Yes,
thing where we
yes.
flash back, and I would have shown Yang in the sniper spot shooting a target roughly where someone would be leaving. So, like, just figuring out the meter, figuring out the windage, how much
Mhm.
distance there is, just like really making sure I don't fuck this up.
Okay, so give me a wits stealth to establish how well your cover is, like, how good your sniper position is for stopping people from figuring out where you fired. And then give me a dexterity archery plus weapon bonus roll. Plus 1 die stun.
Let's see. Okay, first one was wits stealth.
Yes.
Said. Okay, so that's a 10 plus any die stats on that.
The stealth, yeah, give a stunt because you set up that one.
10, 11d10.
Ooh, chat brings up a good point. You do know this guy's name, and your crossbow does special things with that.
Yeah, I would probably write Sinister Saya. I'll give you a willpower.
Okay, so that is 6 successes on your stealth.
And then it was archery, dexterity.
It is, dexterity, archery, plus 1, plus the accuracy bonus of your weapon.
What is the accuracy bonus of my weapon?
Let me double check that. It is on your sheet. Oh wait, no, that's weapon damage. I forgot. Yeah, no, it's just dex archery.
All right, so 11d10.
Okay.
Willpower on that too.
All right, that's a 5. You are shooting from an ambush. He has no defenses. He would basically not have enough soak to really matter on a damage roll like that. So now I need to roll and see how the poison is going to affect him. Because normally wood aspects can spend 1 mote and turn off poison, but this is a poison designed to kill wood aspects, so
Yeah.
can't just cheat. Pull up the poison rules.
As soon as they were walking out the door, just to make sure that my fellow house member doesn't think we're in on this, I would have said the 3 of us should get a drink at the bar to go away from where this is going to be.
So, yeah, let's get another round kind of situation.
Alibi time, motherfucker.
Not thinking Yang was going to kill immediately, but at the same time, I don't know what Yang's going to do. I literally can't read him.
Alright, so... using an excellency in an attempt to not get killed, that is not a good roll. And... okay, yeah. That is enough for the poison to kill him over the course of the next couple of minutes. So, what happens is, like, with actually a fair bit of grace period above it, like, if he had more specific charms to tank poison, and there wasn't any interest in medical attention on him, he would probably be able to live through this, but, you know.
If he had tried just a little harder to develop important practical skills necessary for doing his job, he might not be fucking dead right now.
Yep. That is the entire reason I did not give him the charms that would let him survive this is he wouldn't have bothered. He wouldn't have thought it was a threat.
Too busy being a fuckboy.
Like, the only things he spec'd into were basically gracily getting into people's good graces, and that failed.
Going to offer up a contribution here of a small tangential detail to this scene that, as the fated moment is arriving, his eyes happen to, hang on a little, shadowy corner of a building, and that little shadowy corner, unfolds a little and settles into the loaf, and Moat is just there to make eye contact with this man and watch him make his final choice.
As he sees the cat. Would Repose be sense borrowing right now?
Yeah, let's say he's finding a chance to surveil here. There's been enough.
There is direct eye
talk
contact.
Back and forth.
There is direct eye contact with Moat, and Repose can see the moment in his eyes as he realizes he's not going to die at the hands of his house. And there's a brief flash across his face of not just accepting that, but a strange sort of gratitude of it. And then the bolt hits him in the back of the neck. He keels over forwards, immediately just blood streaming out of his mouth as a arrow is impaled him through the vertebra into his throat. As the bodyguards next to him immediately freak out, drop him like stone on his face. Like, one of them pulls out a hand crossbow, the other one pulls out a short sword. Maba looks around, just whirling around, looks at the bolt, is tracing the gaze back up towards where the bolt must have come from. And doesn't manage to find the source. Like, Yang and Repose watching this can see her get increasingly more infuriated as she realizes that she didn't see it in the first few seconds, and this is the Imperial City. The assassin's gone. If you don't get them immediately, they're just gone.
There's no way you're finding him.
Hitman UI noises in the distance.
Well done, 47. Just a fucking extraction.
she looks down at Lysaea, who is beginning to cough, like blood emerging from the body as his muscles are beginning to just clench. Like he's just every long and short muscle in his body, cat noises, is paralyzing and firing and clenching and twisting himself into a rictus of pain. And yet the expression on his face as he looks back up at her, that's not a rictus smile. That is a spite smile. That is a, I might be dying, but you don't get the satisfaction. As his eyes glaze over and he lies still.
I got to kill Sinus and screw over Sinus. What a good day!
Angler would come to the door when he heard the commotion outside, and as she's looking down at him, he's going to walk over and say, "There's still time. If you do the deed now, your house still took care of it." It's all about saving face.
Maba just snarls.
Hurry up and execute him before he dies of assassination.
Do you want to execute a corpse? I mean, it still counts.
Looks up at one of the goons and just flicks a hand. One of them reaches down to the bolt, pushes it into the wound until it erupts out of the other side of the throat, getting a last look of just agonized pain as the nerves stop firing to the brain, and just twists it before pulling it to the left to just torque it and rip open 2 entire cuts in the side of the throat on the front and back, and then yank it out and then stab it in the back.
Did you catch the killer?
No. They were on the roofs, and by the time I was able to trace the trajectory, they were already gone.
Angler's gonna poke inside the house or the tea shop and yell to the Nellens people there, to the roof. We're gonna take a look. The least we can do is help.
You two, take the lead. That roof there. She points to the thatched roof that Yang is currently on. She got the roof. She didn't see you. You need to move.
Yeah, what do I roll? I mean, like, the second I shot him and confirm he's dead, I'm probably like...
It'd be a deck stealth to just get the fuck out without being seen.
Alright. I'm not even going to use grasping weren't fun. Oh, no.
Okay, and
do I see Yang?
Roll me perception awareness.
Okay, one moment. I want to try to do something to cover him if I see him booking it. Yeah, 4 successes. I think I see him then, correct?
Maba points actually to the indistinct shape moving across the roof. There! He's under cover!
Okay, and seeing
under
that
my
she's
breath, I'm
pointing
muttering,
out,
he's also very handsome. Now stop looking.
Angler is going to take off as fast as he can towards Yang, and making sure to be just slightly ahead of her 2 children, family members. Yeah, relatives. And as he's going, he sends a quick message down to Vanith and says, he's been spotted. Send a message to Yang to drop anything. I'll take care of it. Like drop a bomb, drop something.
Do I have a backup thing in case? I mean, I probably have a backup strategy.
You probably had. Give me a backup plan, and I will let you justify having it because you are an assassin.
I have a dead drop with a pre-assembled civilian outfit, roughly close by. If I have enough time to duck in there, I can get in there. If I don't have enough time to duck in there, I have an egress route that will lead into a forest.
All right.
Also,
I will give you that, but the only way to do it fast enough is to use the springboard.
Fine.
Roll me 3d10.
Also, against all other odds, are you telling me that Yakuman wouldn't be carrying a smoke bomb with him?
Well, it's not you, man. It's not doing it. Fuck you, Sybil! Sybil, piece of shit!
The comedy filter strikes again!
Well, I like Yang.
Okay, let me decide what this actually does, because I don't...
I mean, it's gonna break, right?
Oh yeah, no, this is the end of the springboard. This is no longer on your sheet. The springboard is destroyed.
The springboard first touched the island and immediately shattered in the process.
So, what you do is you run to the edge of the roof. You throw down the smoke bomb to give yourself cover, and then pull out the springboard cube, press buttons desperately, not quite looking exactly what you're pressing, which turns out to be...
I know how this thing works. It's like the 5th time you've used it, whatever.
It turns out to be a rather dire mistake. You throw down the cube, the springboard deploys in the smoke. You're not able to quite see how it deploys because of the smoke. You jump down. It launches. It launches at maximum velocity.
Well, goodbye, everybody!
It is angled directly to where you would have made a graceful landing into your dead drop. But it is not tuned down to make you land and stop at the dead drop. You launch forward. You crash into your dead drop. You crash through the wall behind your dead drop.
Am I at least in the disguise?
Roll me.
Can I roll dexterity something to dress?
To desperately put the disguise on in midair. This is a high difficulty, but see if you can do it. If you have an excellency, I suggest you use it.
Goose style.
I will give you 1 die stunt if you explain how goose style helps you here. A higher stunt if it
Yang
is
really Yang practiced making tearaway pants kung fu once. So he dressed and undressed himself trying to see if that was feasible.
He just spent an entire day just ripping off stripper pants to get it reflexive as possible. All right, yeah, I'll give you a 2 die stunt.
Have a willpower.
All right. So Yang rockets through the back of the dead drop, through a brick wall, soars through the side wall into a glass window, shatters through it, flies through another tea house in the back. Everyone is screaming. You are half naked, throwing on clothing as you have the disguise above your head.
Look at me.
Like you have your mantle over your head, so you are not seen. But you are extremely, basically naked and putting on pants midair, and the span of the 2 to 3 seconds that you are soaring through this building and outside the window on the opposite side. And then, eventually, you have hit enough things that sheer momentum and inertia mean that the next brick wall you smack into, you just smack into it, and, oh god, as you hit the ground... Let's count that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Half minimum. Probably 3/4 of your ribs are broken. And you're pretty sure both of your shoulders have popped out. Oh. Take 5 bashing damage.
Piss.
Angler's going to take the opportunity while this is happening, because he didn't know that was going to happen. Just kind of look over at the 2 people with him like, the fuck is going on right now? You saw that too, right?
Both of Maba's relatives have actually stopped dead in the middle of their jog.
What the fuck?
What the fuck? Because they don't have an angle to see where Yang landed. They just saw someone jump off a roof and then go probably at 60 to 70 miles an hour through a wall.
Wait, you said that some of his clothes, he was throwing off some of his clothes, right? Because he'd rip away clothes?
Yeah. There's a pair of pants shredded in the dead drop, and then
the only evidence of the crime is a pair of pants.
And then the shredded shirt in the middle of the tea house that has now exploded into what the fuck is going on? Are we being attacked?
I'm gonna point to the dead drop and say, look, there's some clothing there. Quickly, let's see if he's still in there.
They both jog up after it. It's like they have no better idea.
Yeah, Angler's gonna take a really good time to examine the dead drop to see if there's something underneath, like a manhole cover, and hopefully there's one in the area that he can point to and go, maybe he went down that way, and this is all just a clever ruse.
Manipulation, investigation.
Hooray! Finally, my talents come to possible use.
And a 1 die stunt as well.
Okay. 4 successes.
Okay, you do notice, first of all, that that is not a trivial amount of blood on the wooden shards at the back of the dead drop. That is like, oh, you got gashed open pretty bad on one of those wood shards. And then as you look through, oh, you also crashed through, like, masonry and glass. Yang is probably in a really bad way right about now.
The adrenaline says he's fine.
Yang can take care of themselves. Either they're dead or they're going to get away at this point. I can't really help either way. So Angler's going to point to like the clothes for those guys to collect it, and he's going to he's just going to start collecting the pieces that have the blood on it in case people can start tracking that, because that'd be bad.
Okay. So you are able to find a manhole cover, basically going, make sure, and gesture, okay, make sure he didn't go down that way, make sure this isn't a diversion, make sure this isn't some sort of trick. The older of the two relatives of Maba nods, runs over, and steps directly on the remnants of the springboard in the smoke on the way there, and goes 20 feet in the air as the springboard finally breaks.
What? Okay, Angler's gonna jump up and catch them.
Alright, no necessary roll on that. That is just a final, just, got him. So Angler is able to run up the side of the roof, grab them before falling damage would be a thing, and brace for landing.
Springboard is trying to help.
At this point, the smoke has cleared enough to show that the springboard is now in at least 4 or 5 pieces. That's not coming back together.
What a weird crime.
Both Maba and the onlooking crowd of like probably 12 or 15 people at minimum, with more filing in because what the fuck just happened, file in to see the aftermath of the crime. It is not every day that you see a Dragonblood who is probably at least 150 years old have literally no idea what just happened written across her entire
As confused
face.
as everyone else.
Like this is somebody who has probably outlived several rivals by virtue of having them killed. And she is just looking at the aftermath of this assassination like, what the fuck?
Did a clown do that?
Who? She's like looking back at her relatives and what?
What the fuck was that?
Like,
Madam,
she can't
I
even
can
put
honestly
words.
and genuinely tell you, I have no idea what just happened. Which is true. He has no idea what just
He is
happened.
actually doing a read intentions on that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, what is Angler's Guile?
4. Is there any way I can boost that? Or do I get
You
a
can
boost
spend
because of being
willpower to
honest?
You can spend a willpower to put an extra guile in it. That is one of the ways willpower works.
Okay. I'll boost it up to 5. That's the best I can do.
Basically, her takeaway is you might have a slight idea of what just happened, but not in the sense that I am covering for this, more along the lines of, like, this is fucking confusing, but I figured that something like this might Her takeaway is you're not surprised an assassin happened, you're very surprised at what actually happened.
Yeah, it's not surprising that someone tried to kill the guy as soon as it happened, especially since we had people come in ahead of time to try to gank him. It's more the everything after they walked out the door is just, what?
What the fuck just
He's
happened?
carried out 27 hits this way.
So,
Tony Lizard says hello.
Mabo just starts barking orders at her two, like the relatives, and some of the other members of the crowd are clearly, with the house, just to start taking evidence. You already surreptitiously got the one with the blood on it, right?
Yes, and then I'm gonna just start walking through any other pieces, looking to see where he landed.
So you would vault over through the hole in the wall, and then vault over into the window, where the tea house is mostly emptied out, to run outside to figure out where the hell that flying naked man just went. So you're able to generally see from the flow of people towards the exit and the broken window directly across from this one. Well, he kept going. So we'll go across the room, go to the open window, hop out of the open window. Yang, how far do you think you would have gotten?
Like like through just air travel, or after I managed to?
No, I mean,
keep
like,
going?
once you peeled yourself off of the ground, how far away do you think you would have gotten by now?
I honestly don't know. Probably after where I think I'm gonna get away from it and someone will find me and then carry me back somewhere.
Okay, so probably Angler would be able to very quickly notice, like, the small amount of masonry damage where the impact was and the lack of hull, and turn to the right. That's towards the main street. Yang would not go that way. Yang is not that clown. Turn to the left, deeper into the alleyways. Obviously where he went, it's a matter of finding the direction that he went. Run down the way, and then you feel the connection of your hearth flare up of just... The closest expression you can kind of come to is the sensation when you have your bones ache when the air pressure is changing because of weather. That, but spiritually, as you feel what Yang just is now having the adrenaline shock wear off. And you are able to trace that to the inside you are able to trace that to the inside of a garbage can behind 2 buildings down the way.
You found
Is there
me.
a connection to the sewer nearby?
Close enough, yeah.
All right, Angler's going to making sure that no one followed him. Look, pulse an awareness thing to see if anyone followed or is close by enough to see him.
No one has followed you yet. You can feel people on the way, so you need to go.
Okay, Angler's going to ignore the trash can and is going to go over to the manhole cover. And as he gets there, he smashes the manhole cover with his iron boots to make it look very obviously that in a rush job they were trying to get underground. And then turn around and yell back, "I found him. He's underground. Quickly this way."
The mob immediately just runs by you, rips up the manhole. Well, yeah, no, I wouldn't even say you need to roll to manipulate because you have physical evidence high enough that this is mob mentality. They're after him. They just yank up the manhole and start going down, pulling weapons.
From the trash can, you hear I hope they get the guy.
Angler is going to send a message over to oh boy, I'm trying not to laugh at this point. Send a message to
it's really hard, I'll tell you that.
To Milan. I found him. He's alive. Kind of. Kindly alert the other members of the Hearth to get ready in case things go south.
The rest of the Hearth can start to feel that the connection from Yang is ow, 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 I'm barely conscious, ow.
But I'm not going to go anywhere near the manhole, or not the manhole, the trash can, because that would be leading people to it. He's going to be making a good point of looking for any other evidence leading towards the manhole, and if no one's nearby, just kind of cleaning it away, and just looking like he's doing his actual job.
All right, that I believe is dexterity larceny to cover up a crime scene.
Haha! I have larceny skills. Hooray! Finally, we finally got home. I get to use my skill set.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, no, Angler knows how to clean up a botched job of any kind, and the good news about this one is that this botched so spectacularly loudly that the tiny evidence is not going to be looked at too heavily because people are looking for the cratered in windows and the smashed wood and the busted manhole cover, and the bits of blood are easily mopped up with a bit of a wet cloth, and the other bits and pieces of evidence, they might get some sort of trail if they use a supernatural tale of some sort, but by the time they do that, ideally, you will be long gone.
Yeah, as soon as I have the opportunity, I'm probably going to just take that trash can with me back to the tea house. Or at least put it in a location. Actually, no, that better idea. I'm actually just going to put it not in this alleyway, but the alleyway over, because people aren't really going to be paying too much attention to me if I'm in the back alleyway. So to give him enough way to get back to the Nell and tea house.
Mm-hmm.
And as I'm moving it, just with wind carried words, just whisper, I'm moving you to a location. I'm going to tell you the best way back that you won't be seen because I know these roads.
All right. At this point, you're not really undergoing concerted opposition because you have thrown off the tracking so far, so there's no real necessary rolls for this. You're able to shuffle it into an alleyway away and set down and give the instructions. When the trash can hits the ground again, Yang feels a jolt of pain through at most joints. You did not know that certain you have bruises in places you weren't. You are a doctor. You know places that bruise. You were not expecting. Yeah. You are able to identify each individual organ that has been bruised.
It's pretty incredible what Sybil did to me.
Yeah, like
Sybil did this.
You certainly haven't hoisted yourself in this situation.
Sybil did this, but also Sybil did this in the sense of if you didn't have training from Sybil to teach you what pain really feels like, you would probably have taken lethal damage from that.
Nah, this is me fucking it off. I'm not actually Sybil.
I can't believe that Yang fractured his ass.
Yeah, now I'm
Yang is truly now sin his fractured ass. Actually,
this is not my worst day, but it's not my best day.
Remind me, does Angler have the automatically detect immaterial charm?
Immaterial? No.
Okay, no. Then we're good. So, you walk off, and Yang is able to peel himself out of the trash can, and just, ow, 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 ow.
This sucks.
Roll me dexterity medicine for an immediate first aid check on yourself to cover up the fact that you just went through several solid barriers.
Wait, which one is the... Oh, the immaterial is not an awareness charm, right? That's something else.
I think it's a cult.
Yeah, I don't have that.
Okay,
Yang... Good news. I've had a very good set of quality time to stew with all the problems I have in my body, so I know where they are.
Yeah, Yang is particularly practiced at two things, medicine and disguises. You just have a makeup kit in your back pocket that you can cover up the external wounds with. And the rest is just kind of putting on a brave face. Remove, let's call that 2 bashing from your sheet right now to get you out of wound penalties. It still hurts, but it's not actively interfering with you.
Where do you declare bashing sheet stuff on broadcasting?
Where is your health track?
Your health track is at the top right. At least in...
Yeah, if you have left, you just click on the little squares and stuff, and it'll pull up something that you can put in the numbers and such.
Okay.
Okay, so for me, in the overview, there's bashing, lethal, and aggravated on the left side.
I took 3 bashing. Now I'm down to what?
You have downgraded to 3 bashing.
Oh, okay. I was almost dead.
Well, you were almost knocked out. Bashing can only knock you out.
Yeah.
Yeah, you would have... The reason it was not lethal is that it was... You are a dragon-blooded, and you are used to comedy pratfalls, and you have Goose Style. Like, the Goose Style stunt is what actually downgraded that to bashing, because you made it funny rather than this is deadly.
Thanks, Goose Style.
So, Yang is able to, now, in non-fractured ass disguise, just as normal as Thousand Miracles Yang, hobble back to meet with the rest of the group. The rest of the group...
Hi, guys.
When Yang smiles and waves, you do see that there is some blood on his teeth from the gums being, bashed and fractured. Agan is just kind of looking at Yang, glances back to Milan, looks at Yang, sips the teacup in a way that conveys, I'm not paid to ask questions, and this is the sort of answer that ends with a knife in my back.
Actually, why do we go immediately back to the tea house? That seems like way too easy.
I didn't know where you were going.
I mean, Milan told me to go down to the cave he has, that they have.
All right. Where would Milan be going after this? Like, how would Milan be reacting to this? First of all. Bradway, you're talking, but I can't hear you.
That is because I sat on my mute button.
Whoops.
Milan had stayed in the tea house during this whole thing.
Okay. So, what would Yang's instinct for go back to meet up, but in a surreptitious location?
Can I sneak onto the boat somehow?
I mean, like, you are in you have successfully hitmaned into, like, this is not a hot disguise, so you could just walk back on.
I'm gonna go to the boat, go through the portal, and then pass out. Pass out.
So Yang just kind of staggers by, and Obsidian can feel the connection on the board if Obsidian wants to interrupt Yang before the portal. And otherwise, taps the archway, walks through the portal, takes 3 steps into the man.
Before I go, I just say, like, if Milan comes looking for me, tell him I'll be here later. I have things to fix. And gestures to body.
Takes 3 steps into the manse and falls face forward onto the ground and just vibes unconsciously.
He'll be fine.
Just thought to Onyx. Yeah, I don't know if you can do anything. Make sure he doesn't like bleed into his own mouth.
Let us know if he is vomiting and chokes or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
I will attempt to channel the essence of the local area to speed his natural healing process.
That's good. That'll make the donuts.
If he is in peril, send some kind of warning beep.
Floor starts vibrating as it sends Yang to the bedrooms and pops him up on a bed.
Just a current of water, like, slowly moves him.
Moat somehow drags me over there.
Oh no, after witnessing the death, Moat just went back to sleep.
Yeah.
The man just starts playing some smooth jazz to help you recover and sleep.
So, at this point, I would say the outroar of somebody got whacked. Like, the air of the city that Repose can feel is that this is not a city where someone just got murdered in broad daylight is exactly something that most people will stop and go, oh god, that's horrifying, but then, like, go on with their day. The broad daylight killing is unusual, but it is not unheard of. The method of assassination is enough to make this city, like, have a ripple effect outward of people, like, moving in towards the tea house and trying to figure out what the hell all the commotion is. You're pretty sure this is not, like, yeah, this is notable even for the extremely jaded standards of killings by dynasts of dynasts.
Big news.
And Lidal Shurian is kind of looking up and around the crowds. I think something is happening down the docks.
Will Repose just kind of giving a look over to her of, what? You're the jerk. You're the one from here. Is that good? Not even to say anything, but just with eyes like,
she realized that you were giving that kind of stare of like, you're the jerk. Like, right, oh, right, yeah, I'm the right, okay. And then just kind of takes the lead back down to investigate what's going on, gets in the crowd, eventually is basically as completely bewildered as everyone else as she starts talking around to figure out what the fuck is going on.
I am from the country. We do not have assassinations. We just hit each other with rocks.
Master Repose, looks like a clown murdered someone.
When we want to kill each other, we just do it.
Usually some shouting first, and then it just happens. Everyone hears about it.
Yes, Repose is just kind of serenely walking by as Mode is hopping down the roost, just hearing over like, what do you mean he was naked? No, I swear, fucking naked as a jaybird, flying through the air, wind one window out the other. I don't know what was going on. Was he naked the whole time? I don't know.
Yep, collect Moat off the street, put him back on usual perch.
Mode is just purring and gives a gentle head bump. And both of you realize that you have trotted relatively close to Lysaea's body, which has actually just been left in the middle of the road. It has,
Damn it,
it has
guys.
been almost entirely forgotten by
fucking
both,
Dynast, man.
both his handlers and the crowd have just gone, well, the dead body's not the interesting part of this equation.
Of this plot.
So
All right, at that, Repose will actually kind of catch the young Vidal's attention and start to reassert a normal level of like concern and reestablish, older brother aura. He will let out a bit of her air of authority of, all right, yeah, that's just a corpse in the road. That is my job. Just kind of focusing in on it, and
she kind of covers
still looking to her for a deferral of, well, this is your turn.
She does kind of cover her mouth with her hand for a moment, but nods and goes up to assist you with the funerary rites, and briefly looks incredibly disgusted at the crowd around her.
Yeah, there would just be a preamble before we close in of just very quietly, while we're still at a distance, just in my own lands, I am a funerist.
I shall take you.
I would not be versed in the particulars of the customs of the Isle, but in the ways in which such matters are universal, I can provide assistance.
She nods. I shall let you take the lead then, Elder, and then I shall provide what I know.
All right, let's just go over and take charge of the body. Make sure it hasn't been moved. Make sure it hasn't been looted at all.
It is literally, they dropped him like a sack of potatoes face first into the ground, and that is where he has been sitting since he died. As you are investigating the body, the first thing that strikes you is, good lord, Yang is good at making poison. This is a pretty wretched way to die, actually, investigating how he died. It is not like a torturous method, but like he did have pretty much total, like, rictus muscle.
There's a lot of unfortunate checkboxes in killing a person.
There were a lot of symptoms that happened to make him die as quickly as he did.
He's going to have to poke a lot of vital points to get him into a more dignified posture.
He is like rictus has already set in, and like you have to very carefully, prod the vital points to make him in a state of rest that is not curled up in a ball.
It is non-trivial to get the eyes closed. That's the level.
Yeah.
Wow, that was a pretty fucked up killing.
Poison.
Yeah, and as you were investigating, it looks like the bolts actually went through the back of the spine into the carotid artery and lodged in there. So the poison was just directly into the heart and the brain. He had no chance. Like, Yang is an incredibly good shot. Like, a horrifyingly good shot.
It's like I've been trained to kill.
Yeah, so for purposes of this, Repose is going to limit himself to actually just, like, preliminary work to clean up. On, like, a ritual and spiritual level. He is going to, like, establish a warding around this place and just make sure that the body is composed and clean and ready to be identified by next of kin and so forth, because he's definitely not going to put front and center that he already knows who this person is.
Yep.
If no one brings that up, then that's not his problem.
I mean, Sharon doesn't know. Sharon has no idea that this was a thing that was going on. So, she's helping you through, like, identifying this is the seal of House Sinis. Like, she is assuming you have no knowledge of the domain. So, like, this is the seal of House Sinis. This is, like, she's walking you through the extremely basics of identifying the body.
Mm-hmm.
helps you get him into a resting position, is kind of investigating the wounds slightly. Just as a quick kind of like, okay, what kind of killing are we dealing with here? Kind of grimaces. Rules out anathema. This just looks like another goddamn internecine Dynast versus Dynast killing. This is an very gently holds the bolt by the end of by the feathers at the end of the shaft, looks at the traces of poison left on it. Does not seem like she really is good at identifying poisons, but is able to recognize that there is something on it, and just kind of grimaces at that before putting it back down next to the body. Looks at him. Believe it would be best if you started the rites, Elder.
I actually don't have any particulars in mind, dialogue-wise, for this.
Yeah, so basically the two of you just go through the usual,
Suppose we'll slip in some conspicuous ties back to things that they had discussed on the way over here. But otherwise, just kind of, finish getting him cleaned off and poised, say all of the usual boilerplate prayers and appeals to the cycle.
Posthumous last rites.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And then just get out. He always has the urns ready, because you never know. Gets one out that's an appropriate placeholder. Until such times the family might decide to rebury him in something better, and then just lay hand on forehead and apply the spark. Soulfire cremate him.
The body is incinerated on the spot and is just rendered down to ash and is scooped up into the urn and clamped down. And it is at this point that Maba and her family are coming back, having coordinated the people around into the search for the underground, and sees you doing the finishing rites and pulls a face but does not say anything. She nods for a moment. Thank you for your swift response, venerable ones.
Actually, in response to seeing her, react but then say nothing, Repose will step in with just a bit of a head bowed and very recoiled and suppressed. My apologies, have I intruded?
It is understandable to want to put the body to rest as quickly as possible in a situation where a violent death has occurred, but on the Isle we prefer to have investigations of murders to see if we can identify any traits that would lead us to the killer. Unfortunately, that avenue is closed to us, but I suppose that is a fair enough trade for preventing untimely rising. Just kind of gives an embittered but understanding sigh.
I don't know their customs.
I suppose we'll have all manner of apologies and appropriately appealing to talking up at you are innately higher status because this is your home.
This is your house.
I was just visiting. I'm sorry. It's just it's not. We're just accustomed to not leaving a body in the street. It's
weird how that works. Anyway, but yeah, no, she just kind of waves a hand dismissively and looks at the immaculate. It kind of looks past you at the actual immaculate. What were you able to discern from the body before the cremation? Shireen kind of stands up slightly. Well, there was considerable trauma to the back of the neck from the bolt. It appears that it had been twisted posthumously, as well as a further stab. Kind of realizes as she's saying that there's only kind of one way that happened, and kind of just goes, uh-oh. And then immediately moves on to, holds up the bolt, kind of to distract that. There appears to be traces of poison left on the bolt, though. You might be able to get something off of this. I'm not an alchemist. Maba just very kind of delicately, as though picking up something very kind of distasteful, plucks the bolt out of her hand and examines it briefly. Wow, not on her A game today.
Good.
Kind of curls a lip at it. I'll need tools to examine this. This was not a... Shakes her head. This was a professional. This was not merely someone who applied the nearest deadly substance they could find to a bolt. This is... Someone had a cocktail ready and waiting. This was a planned attack. I have informants I need to speak with about this, I believe.
Why would Exalted do this?
And Shireen just kind of gulps nervously, kind of shuffling, realizing that she is also proxy to evidence being destroyed, giving kind of an awkwardly guilty look over towards Repose.
It's not like Repose is keeping the urn. He's going to hand that off with equal gravitas to when he presented the relic.
And she takes it with considerably less, poise than Shireen accepted the urn of rust. Just kind of an irritated, god damn it. I believe, brother and sister, that your work here is done. I thank you for your assistance, but House Sinis will take it from here.
Go away.
She turns around and kind of storms back over to her relatives. Shireen kind of looks back over at Repose. I apologize. I really should have mentioned something before the crematory process. I didn't think fast enough to... This is... She gives a pained look. The houses of the Isle... They get upset when they don't have control over matters like this.
Yeah, once the person he is supposed to talk up to is is out of the scene, Repose is kind of like right back to vaguely pleasant neutral.
And she doesn't even see that as unusual because that's code switching in front of your superiors. So,
am I to take it then that this was your first curbside funeral?
She actually just visibly taken aback at the concept of it. Yes. This is not my usual. I provide spiritual guidance to the people of the. I am not entrusted with such matters as a matter of course yet. I'm not making a good impression of my sect, am I?
Repose is going to the moment that the kid is clearly faltering and distressed. Repose is launching into a story of how that went much better than my. Just this disaster tale of how the first time that he was off on his own and had to accommodate just a random found body in the wilderness and how all of that went much worse. He didn't have an appropriately sized urn ready, didn't have any assistants, didn't have anyone to overlook there. The salt, it was raining, the salt was immediately damp. Just go off into tech talk. Just drop note that he hadn't sorted out how to directly cremate with his own fire until quite recently, so he did have to then try to start a normal funeral pyre in the rain, in the mud.
While the body is attempting to chew on him. Give me charisma presence 2-die stunt to work her through this.
I'd like to think that Angler comes up, or at least is back in the tea shop at this point, and sees it along with Milan, and he's just gonna look over at Milan and be like, "Damn, Pose has game."
All right, throw in 2 extra
Not
successes
even-
off of the
not
old
even.
excellency on the side there, and yeah, just 6. So relax.
She is still kind of
What
embarrassed.
the baby
and
reads right now is stability, and just hearing a veteran be like, "Oh, that was a pretty fucked up death."
Well,
like just very much is. So, Angler, you're saying you're watching?
I would say I would be back at the tea shop by this point, since what's her face?
Yeah.
MOBA just went by, so I probably would have been in the area. But I'm not going out to go talk to them.
If you are watching this interaction between the two of them, Repose can as well, but you can also do a read intentions on Shurin.
Sure.
You see the look of somebody like, why aren't my teachers this, like, good at this? Like, just kind of hidden under the surface of, like, where is this is so much better at making me, like, calm down than what they're doing.
For the rookie, oh no, this is my first and only and thus worst ever time doing this ritual. And just hearing the veteran be like, "Yeah, you hate to see it." And that's
As
time
oppo-
loss. That's a solid 6 out of 10.
As opposed
You
to
walk away from those, you
Chris-
take those.
on the aisle are just like, whatever, you'll get through it.
Yeah, you threw the baby into the deep end of the pool to see if they could swim or not. Good job.
That's their style, and Anglage instantly recognizes that, yeah, that's the Dynast way of raising somebody, versus Repose actually taking time to, like, check in and decompress and help her process. Which is, like, taking her aback of, like, what? This is nice! Why don't they do that?
what if you had this baby?
Just filing away her reactions in the back of my mind. All right, cool. And then looking over at Milan. Anything on this end? Is he safe?
Yeah, just kind of probably just kind of a cap on the interactions with it all, Sharon, for the moment, of just kind of and see, this is why you are still introducing yourself with the name your mother gave you and not the name your reverend mother will give you when you are ready. It's okay, you're learning. Your baby.
She nods. Thank you, Uncle.
I tell Angler, yeah, he made it back. He's already through the portal back in the back home.
Glad to hear it. All right.
It's pretty impossible to find me in the 100 Kingdoms.
You are behind possibly the most obscured location in the region, yes.
Angler's going to make sure that none of the members of the other houses are nearby, and then wait a little bit longer before he probably starts to head back to the boat, because he has a lot of evidence he needs to dispose of, and he doesn't want to have it anywhere near where people could.
Here we go,
possibly
crime
sniff it.
again.
Yep.
Yeah, I need to get this away from where people could sniff it out.
Yep. And hey, you do have a portal to the other side of the damn planet.
Yeah, just toss it in there.
It's mostly, I mean, what time of the day did we get to this place? He'd probably wait for evening and then slip into the water about a mile away from the boat and just swim underwater the whole way and then climb up when it's dark and then go in the portal that way.
Yep. That is, a couple of hours from then. So, it is the evening now, after the evidence disposal. Would Repose or the rest have particular things to be doing in the hours in the meantime?
Yes, Milan has something he's been working up to. He's got to prep for going to Parliament.
Parliament.
Repose would have made a point of, oh no, this day is over. We've had a funeral. You don't do anything else after that. That concludes your work. That made it a working day instead of just a learning day. Go reflect now. Go have a think. Repose will just be staying on the boat. As just like that's his official accommodation. He won't be trying to rent anywhere in the town or trying to become a guest of any of the gentlemen that we know here.
Milan's going to go on a short walk to another tea house. one that he had frequented many times when he lived on the Isles.
Mm-hmm.
See if any of the ministry are around tonight.
You can recognize a couple of friendly faces from the ministry and a couple of less friendly ones. Derek's not around, though, thank God.
Fucking Derek.
Oh, that guy.
Apologies to the one person in chat last time that said their name is Derek. We don't mean you.
You're cool. You can hang.
You're cool, Derek. So, yeah, no, Milan, go on.
Yeah. So, do you want to come up with a ministry NPC on the spot, or because I haven't made one?
I will. Yeah, just give me this one. I need to grab a random generator name. So,
yep.
1 sec. Da, 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 da.
And for the record, for the chat, Derek in this setting he's not my boss, but he's my higher up in the greater bureaucracy.
The person who controls the budget that Milan has.
Doesn't have.
Yes.
The non-budget.
Okay, you look up and you recognize one of your closer associates within the ministry, a kind of middle-aged woman, mortal, named Nalan Marin. She's a patrician. She's not a member of any of the great houses.
Mm-hmm.
Master Vanif!
Marin!
She just kind of looks up with a broad smile. Oh, it's so wonderful to see you again. I didn't expect to see you back here for a considerable amount of time. I
go in for the hug because I know she's a hugger.
Yeah, she gives you a big old hug back.
I had just arrived earlier this morning, carrying a political prisoner back to be tried and executed. A whole mess. I don't know if word of what happened down at the docks.
I heard there was a killing, but oh no, honey. Oh, I'm so sorry. You spend an hour back on the isle and you're immediately dragged back into it, huh?
Yep. It's okay. I didn't like the guy anyways. No hard feelings.
Oh no, she kind of gives that kind of. The best way I can describe it is the church grandma look of like, oh wow, if you didn't like him, he must have been a real asshole. But just very much is not saying that out loud, especially not to a dragon blood. Just like, oh my. Well, ideally the rest of your time here will be more pleasant. Is there anything I can help you with? Or are you just here to catch...
And I'm going to use a code phrase, how are the kids? Referring to the towns and villages of the realm.
Oh, they're still growing and healthy, but, you know, their classmates make their life difficult.
Yes, I've heard Parliament's been rather debatable regarding our policies.
Yes, I've made personal petitions to the lower house a few times. Believe that it was better suited than nothing at all, but when House Vergara has Bunny backing the other side of the opposition, there's only so much you can really do.
House Vergara's behind this?
Well, all the houses are, and Vergara is funding almost all of them, so...
Yes, I see.
Yeah, just as a general reminder, because it has not directly come up, House Vergara has literally every house except Nellens and Vanif up to their eyeballs in debt. And the fact that your houses are not the ones in debt to them was basically taken as a personal affront. And an almost inevitable part of the negotiation between House Vanif and Vergara, if they become part of a political alliance, is, okay, you start taking loans from us, actually. You stop you stop dancing around and taking secondary loans from it. You come to the bank.
Yeah.
And Nellens just is financially independent, and Regara is appalled that such a thing can exist.
I should be in control of everyone in a roundabout way.
Yes.
So I'm going to be not quite grilling, but just like asking for details up to speed. Do we have any allies within Parliament?
We have more sympathetic ears in the lower house than we do in the upper house, which should not be surprising. The difference there being the lower house is the mortals and mostly patricians, but also like mostly dynasts, but some patricians. The upper house is all dragonbloods. So the lower house is more sympathetic to the idea. The upper house is extremely just full of proxy arguing from the great houses.
Well, I didn't come all this way to be glum and all. It's great to see you again.
It's wonderful to see you as well. It's always nice when somebody has managed to go out to the threshold and come back in one piece, frankly. Especially
Oh my goodness. Oh, I've got so many stories to tell you and the rest of the ministry.
Well, if we have time, I'll order you a drink.
Why not?
She pulls up a chair. Tea, coffee, something stronger?
Well, since I'm probably going to be needing to speak with to make an appeal to Parliament, the upper house.
With ice.
Something light.
Water without ice.
Okay,
water without ice.
Is Miller a wine drinker?
Probably.
Yes.
Water, ice on the side.
ice in the dipping cup. Thanks.
Just a bowl of ice.
And yeah, as someone brought up, the root of the rivalry between houses Regara and Menemen is the people Regara and Menemen is... Regara was the firstborn son of the Empress and decided, I want to be, Red Boss. And she keeps having kids, and that complicates my claim, so what if I just keep killing them? And the very first thing Menemen can remember is Regara attempting to kill her. So... this eventually stopped by one of the children. I believe it was actually Cesis. It was one of the other eventual great houses' founders being born. And Regara was given the ultimatum of, this is your little brother. If he dies to anything, I personally kill you. And that stopped that there. But yeah, there's a reason Menemen and Regara, the houses, do not like each other at all. It is their personal founders have a long history.
It's complicated.
So, I'm going to be spending the night catching up with her and others in the tea house, in the ministry, telling stories, sharing stuff, and talking up a plan about how we're going to approach the upper house.
Okay.
So, the way I see it, this is more of the usual inner house bickering. This is people taking sides to curry favor with others and to take a side that benefits them the most. So, what I need to do is I need to go in my appeal, I need to... This is me just brainstorming what a future scene needs to be.
Right.
Because this isn't about the roads. This is about political maneuvering.
Yep.
You know, the roads were established... The law was signed by Scarlet Empress, so I bet I could leverage that this is her law that she signed off on. So if you're going against her word.
theoretically speaking, and this is just something you would know with Bureaucracy 5 and the state of the current mood and opinions of the deliberative as they are flexing what they feel is correct jurisdiction. Traditionally speaking, the deliberative's only power was to pass resolutions that were non-binding as suggestions to the Empress of what to do. They have, in the meantime, begun to take a ability to, if they vote unanimously, enact certain subsets of what the Empress could do. There are some duties that they have not touched yet in terms of, like, adjusting land leases and other things like that, because that is a way of immediately touching the stove. Which is why the roads is kind of a difficult topic, because that is pretty much adjacent. So the general currently accepted thing for the deliberative is that a 2/3 majority can pass things that ordinarily would probably just be a matter of course, and a majority of both houses needs to be in place in order to do anything the Empress would have had personal control over, and there are some things the Empress did that we're just not touching yet.
Okay.
So, in theory, if they wanted to fuck with the roads, that would need to be a 100% vote in both houses, which is not happening without bribes.
Yeah. So maybe what I need to do is I'm still going to go and make an appeal to Parliament, but maybe what I should be doing is using that appeal to figure out where individual factions and groups stand on the greater political maneuverings.
Yeah.
The player, have a suggestion about the situation, if you'd like it.
Yes,
So kind of the paradox that I think is hovering over the deliberative at this point is doing something like overturning this law would be, a very dangerous flex for any parliamentarian faction that, say, wants to begin the Scarlet Republic, or what have you. However, overturning your road law would be an action that empowers the great houses at the expense of the central government. So, like, what? You want to throw your hat into the ring as a faction by defying an imperial order, and then immediately do so by sabotaging one of your most powerful assets?
The question is how much...
Do the people in the House care more about becoming something as the deliberative, or more about supporting their existing households who are going to fight over the throne?
The question there is how much the members of the deliberative are looking at the long term of maintaining the imperial stability as it exists, or burning short-term assets to empower my house because war is inevitable in my point of view, kind of thing.
How many of them are loyal to their grandmas or open to starting something new?
And the ironic part is Milan is very much of a, why don't we just do something better? Okay. And I am opening this up to the rest of the group here of ideas of how does Milan touch the stove? Because my current plan is I bought a charm that allows me to read intentions on everybody I can see. And I can figure out their ties or intimacy to one thing.
Both in and out of character, I'm like over my head.
Yep.
Fair enough.
I guess
Those remains just kind of baffled by the idea of such a large law-forming assembly and what rituals you need to interact with it. Like, what? Why can't you just identify who is opposing you on this and like duel them or something. I don't know.
Yeah, to give an idea of the sense of scale, there are 150 members of the Greater Chamber and 450 members of the Lesser.
Parliament's big.
Yeah, 450.
Okay, so what I'm thinking is I need to go in and I need to... This is going to sound really bad. Poke the stove and figure out who's out for themselves and who actually gives a shit about the realm and the Scarlet Empress's orders.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, what I'm more trying to do is just get more information on Parliament by going there and seeing this is Milan pursuing a personal goal and not something for the greater plot of the group.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so
yeah, I think we can move on now because I'm just kind of holding up the session now.
Yeah, I'm just thinking to myself as well. Okay. Right. I also did get a couple of the actual procedural things wrong, but I'll get to that when I get to that. So.
Yeah, we can end Milan's scene.
Yeah, Milan's scene is over for now. The night passes without additional incidents. There is a considerable bit of tension in like, okay, are we going to get busted? Are we going to get found out? No, it is clear as the hours of the night go in towards the dawn that they have realized that either they were sent on a goose chase or they were not able to catch whoever ran away. And the general tenor of the town feels like it is a intra-sin is hit. Some sort of internal corruption was being covered up that was bad enough to be a daylight hit. So everyone else is just kind of withdrawing back and letting this be an internal problem and or a, air quotes, internal problem that they will be throwing spies at to listen to. So as the morning comes...
Oh, well, continue. It was just
I was going to say.
Filler whelp. That happened.
As the morning comes, Milan wakes up to see that Milan would probably have retired to the personal quarters, including the sneaky place, right?
Yeah.
The manse.
Yeah.
You would have had a delivery overnight of a signed-off set of transit orders for special use of sorceress maneuverings across the Isle.
Yep.
So you are now able to... You have unlocked fast travel on the Blessed Isle without getting shot in the face.
We have to carry a giant flag behind us that has all the details.
There is a specific iconography Scarlet Banner that has to be flown behind the cloud. If you do not fly that banner, you will be shot down.
You are permitted one financial sponsor if you are traveling above any sports games.
But yeah, you are now able to go to other parts of the Isle to check in on other houses, other peoples, such as Angler's family.
Angler isn't going to want to take either cloud travel or whatever the fastest means of travel that wouldn't attract too much attention back to Nellen's territory. And he'd want Milan to come along for that if possible.
Okay, fastest non-sorceress travel.
Again, the reason why I'm thinking we might be able to do sorceress travel is I do have the Ministry of Transportation right here.
Yeah, like, you could get away with that and not have it be an overt, oh, House Nellens is up to something. It's more, okay, yeah. It is not unheard of to do, Sorcerer's Transit on the Isle. You just have to go through bureaucratic loops.
Yeah, I probably would have put in the proper paperwork to the official ministry itself the previous night, and since the minister is with me, it wouldn't probably be that much of an issue.
That is the paperwork that Milan got, was like, oh, hey, there was a submission for approval, and then Milan just stamps it without looking.
Stamp. I don't know about this angler spanning all seas person. Someone do a background check on this.
Since we're back on the Isle, it would be Nellens Angler.
Yes, I know. I'm joking. Yeah, flying by sorcery, it'll attract attention in the form of, oh look, there's a sorcerer, but not more than that.
Someone is on important business, and that's about it. And like everybody, it is an accepted part of dynastic life that everybody thinks sorcerers are kind of grody and creepy, and probably up to do weird shit with demons. Sorcerers are kind of necessary for the infrastructure of an empire to run the way it does, the realm does. So yeah, people flying around on Sorcerer's Transit is a not uncommon sight.
I'm not going to fly up to your house. We can land somewhere further back and just walk in.
Yeah, and like the more important, the realm would not function without Infallible Messenger, the sorcery spell. It just would not. So yeah, there are more than enough sorcerers to not be like, that I know that cloud, that's, beneath Milan.
By God.
So,
Oh boy.
Would, aside from Milan and Angler, any of the rest of the Hearth want to go visit Angler's family?
Propose
It is very
would, in
very
a
close to
vacuum,
big
very
mountain.
much want to be as close as possible to the big mountain to do some observances. Why are these families that live right up against the big mountain not the strongest and most important and respected and loved by everyone?
There would be a small exchange between Obsidian and Angler of like, hey, you want to come meet the family? And just kind of look at him like, maybe when they come to the the 100
maybe on the
Kingdoms.
boat.
And
And
then just be understated, like, yeah, they'll be coming with us in about 3 to 4 days, but just for the sense of appearance.
And that is the one counter-argument to selfishly diving as deeply into the center as possible right now at every opportunity is, my brother is sad, though. My brother is stressed. He's hiding out here in the boat. Fire is being timid, and that's wrong. Protect Fire. Support Fire.
A quick aside.
What's up?
How conscious am I?
You're conscious. After a day's rest, I think you've got most of your bashing gone. It is not really mechanically relevant anymore. It was going to be relevant if you got caught and got into a fight. So, like, you are sore all over, but Exalted, super accelerated healing has got you mostly covered.
So I guess the thing I want to establish is no one has actually seen Yang on the island, right?
No one has
Aside
seen
from brief
regular
glimpses and seeing him as just somebody walking around, no.
All right, it's gonna stay that way. Yakuman comes to the portal.
Oh Christ!
I'm just gonna start brooding on roofs. I'm not gonna do anything yet.
All right.
Milan's gonna climb up to the Knot Crow's nest. Hey, Sifu. We're going over by the big mountain. You want to climb it or something?
Hey, we're going to Big Mountain!
You keep staring at it disapprovingly.
Doc.
I'm gonna get Stock stepped away.
Probably.
Now this is the response the old man's giving me.
He's not even really acknowledging the mountain.
We can ask again.
Yeah.
Later. But
Propose was out and about for the brief window of opportunity the previous day. You would have tried to guess at some miscellanea that Obsidian might have wanted to grab, and probably then encountered the idea of, wait, what does Obsidian even do with his time?
What do you do with your spare time, actually?
What does Obsidian do with the spare time? When I talk about an aspect of Obsidian I have not thought out.
TV static noises.
And so, having proceeded to make some blind guesses at hobbies that his brother might have, just kind of shows up at his, just at his quarters on the boat with the mystery bag. And just lets himself in and settles down.
You ask some of the crew, and they're just like, he's just, what does the boss do?
The important thing being, in this case, everything is fire-themed. Propose is settled on the idea that fundamentally the thing that he should do to relax is go and be of his element. When was the last time that you were suffused in your element, just immersed in it? Angler, leaps into every body of water we see without noticing. He spends a lot of time swimming. Milan has taken every opportunity to take to the air and fly. Yang vanishes into the wilderness to go, wriggle around and be a strange wild man. And Repose always has a fresh rock that he's picked up and chipping away at. When was the last time you were on fire, brother? Not on your own fire, but among other fire. What, fire hobbies. Fire relaxation.
Smash cut to the boat on fire.
If this is a question actually asked to Obsidian, he would just kind of pause for a moment.
You ever just laid on some coals?
Just not have an answer.
Just...
You ever just step into a kiln?
There is an actual answer to this, is the funny part. It was when you were in the fire dust zone and almost touched the stove that wanted you to touch it.
Oh, yeah.
Do you want to smoke anything?
Do you smoke?
Do you smoke? Should you smoke?
There's a quiet existential crisis going across the rest of the crew under Obsidian as they all realize we've never seen him have free time. I don't think he's ever stopped working a day in his life. He's just always doing his job. He's always doing something.
Which is there's reasons for this. But yeah,
it's more that the crew is realizing that they didn't realize it until now that he's literally never stopped.
His
God, he's married to his
this
job.
entire time he has been on the boat. Obsidian has been doing nothing but just fucking reading books. Just, he doesn't know what to do, so he's just reading his fucking charts and war manuals 20 times over.
Alright, but have you ever had a steam bath of some sort? Every direction has a variation on it. You've just been to hot bath?
Not really, no.
What do you do?
I don't. I don't really stop working. Try not to, it's not really a lot of, time to stop and do anything.
Boss, you've been on this boat in your room for a day and a half.
Rose is already laying out some bricks. Dusting it with charcoal, getting ready to just kind of spark it and heat it up. No, you lay down. You lay down on the hot thing right now. You get in the stove.
The crew begin to back away.
I'm trying to think of a good lean into this. Darren, what would I roll for like? What would Obsidian remember doing like years ago? Before being in the 100 Kingdoms.
Willpower, I'd say.
Okay. No. Hey, has Obsidian been spending any of his resources? No. Whoa. Did that thing where I tabbed back into the window and got 100 noises at once. Obsidian has a very deep moment.
Memories of sports flooding back.
Obsidian has a just deep, sudden, I have not thought about this, and the dam just broke, and oh god, like, a solid couple of decades of processing are falling out all at the same time moment.
Can this be the moment Yang steps out of the portal as Yakuman?
Yes.
Just this very inopportune moment of, like, personal...
Football.
Like, you see Obsidian with a 1,000-yard stare. Obsidian, the primary thing you remember in your childhood is you weren't allowed free time for most of it. You were, like, pretty much immediately upon exaltation thrown into the fast track of, you know, the military. You were just shoved into it. You were sent to the House of Bells, or the other one I don't remember, Passy Upstairs. Whichever one is the one. The
Bells
for
are the military academy.
Yeah, the Bells. So you were just sent there. You grew up. You were put into Legion. Every like waking day of your life after exaltation was just you are in service of the Empress and the realm, and we have a job for you to do, and we will tell you to do it, and you will follow your orders, and you will do it. You realize that you weren't allowed to really do anything for yourself for decades, and this might be the root of your problem.
I'm gonna look at the pile of books Obsidian is reading. Is there a theme?
They are all military tactics manuals.
Are any of them even like? Are any of them even poetic, even a little bit?
Would Obsidian even have any of those?
When you say poetic, you mean like a romantic military, like
no, anything with verse, war chants, whatever.
There's probably something in there at some point.
It is still all extremely like things you would see on the library of Legionnaire.
There's probably something in there about like marching songs in order to keep the morale of the troops up, sort of thing.
I don't think I understand, but you look like you are realizing you don't have anything you want to live for. Like, game recognized game. Same thing.
Drop a bomb and walk away, why don't you?
I'm not going to walk away, just like, that's why I do this gestures to costume.
The crew, meanwhile, is looking at the Yakuman costume with an open expression of, what the fuck?
Do you like winning?
No, I mean, I don't like losing.
What if, instead of sitting here, you were spitting hot fire?
Are you implying that...
Like, let's go find a fighting like hall or something. I don't know. Maybe that'll stick. Huh?
Comes in, drops a Warhammer instruction booklet on the table and a pile of minis. Here, you figure it out.
Okay.
Hey, hold on. Let me. And I go back through the portal. I'm gonna make a fucking costume for Obsidian.
All right.
First, to disguise him so he feels like he can actually go outside, and secondly, to
no, that's
to do something.
Wait, yeah, you could just disguise him, huh? Why didn't we think of this?
I was legitimately
somebody with larceny 5 and larceny charms about disguise. Yeah, it's a real shame, isn't it?
Yeah, I was waiting for literally somebody else to bring it up because it's the first thought I had, but Obsidian would not come up with that.
God!
The second Yang has finished his business, he is now able to enable other people. Let's get you into a rap battle, motherfucker.
How good is the disguise?
What do I roll for this?
This is a dexterity larceny roll for disguising yourself or others. If you have any relevant terms that interact with disguises, aside from your mask one, you can use them.
Let's see here. What do I got? I don't think I have anything that isn't the mask, so I'll just have my raw good things.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, can I give you a stunt for reappropriating the Jimbus costume? Even further.
Yes.
Hmm.
I will give you describe me the outfit that you are creating.
Well, it's gotta be fire themed, so I'm gonna get so booty shorts, a vest, a barely fitting vest, but like tastefully so. Tassels on the wrists, and a helmet that is impossible to see into and barely possible to see out of.
This is good for Obsidian, who has perception none.
So you're going to
Actually,
switch him over to a luchador.
Every male stripper glamour I've seen.
Actually, I'm basically coming out with a luchador costume.
Yeah,
we're either going to go find underground wrestling or we're going to find underground fighting. We're going underground. That's what's happening here. Put on the fucking Macho Man Randy.
Like half of the glamours I see in FF14, and I enjoy this. Get a 3-die stunt.
All right, so it was disguise, larceny. So that's a 13.
Yeah. All right, 5 successes. This is
6 successes. I gave it. This is important. It needs a willpower.
Sorry, this is important.
Catch Obsidian
I'm
hanging around.
gonna turn you into an underground. You're gonna wrestle. I swear to God, that's gonna happen.
Fucking catch Obsidian hanging around by the limb support crystal. Anyway. Yeah, no, so Yang just goes into a fugue of chopping up the Jimbus costume and like slicing it apart, dyeing it, just kind of is in a frenzy of costuming, and then comes back out with, like, again, the vest, the booty shorts, the tassels, and
a luchador mask, pretty much. It has to be that.
Basically a luchador mask, and this is me calling out Copper Popper in chat for linking me a Kamen Rider and saying this, but the male Halloween costume version.
Like, kind of. It's also got cowboy boots somehow.
Yeah, basically it is this, but as something like Macho Man Randy Savage would wear.
Yeah, pretty much. That's what you get.
All right.
So this is the costume that is being held out, and the crew is just kind of gawking at it like, what?
How did you... What? It's a hobby. I have one. Now you're gonna have one. Put on the suit and wrestle.
Obsidian, at this point, pretty much getting a bit stir crazy, would literally just take it, go into the captain's quarters, and come out wearing it like fucking 30 seconds later.
Now you need a brand. What's his wrestling name? Come on, crew, help me. And I'll start snapping them, asking them for suggestions. Come on, suggestions. Let's go.
They're all busy, number one, looking at their boss and going, holy shit. And number two, just processing what's happening as
Have you not noticed your boss is hot?
You did say it's open shirt, right? Like the vest is open.
It's an open vest and booty shorts.
Yeah. Which would show off the giant ass scar on his chest, like 100%.
Yes.
Oh, let's play to that. Fire, scar, manga de muerte, el flavor. Come on, there's got to be something here.
They're all just kind of like telephone dial noises in their brain. Like, out of a combination of like, okay, this is the least clothes we have ever seen our boss wear. That is not just him taking a shower. And this is the dumbest thing we've seen all day, and I think I like this. Firebrand? One of them says.
Fire boiled.
Firebrand. That works. Fire. Sizzle.
Smoldering fissure.
Oh, fissure. Unending fissure. That's your name. You have a tragic backstory. We'll workshop it later.
I'm just gonna say that hysterical laughter is in character.
Off on the periphery of this repose is just kind of like, well, it seems nature has taken its course and this has all found itself in a perfectly ordinary goodbye now. Get on the cloud, going to mountain.
Just holding the lighter next to the charcoal-covered bricks, looking back over to the holy mountain, and bye.
Wait,
Okay,
hold on.
okay,
I'm gonna start dragging the holy bricks. This is how he's gonna enter the stage.
Okay, one moment. And make sure I didn't just throw something that was open.
Holy fuck, Rum Rusher! Holy fuck!
Okay.
Damn. He's gonna save the children.
The children know who is strongest.
Sorry,
I'm gonna.
Good art, yeah.
I am trying to invoke as much Master Smith energy here, so thank you, Lynn, as I possibly can.
Pilgrims will have hastily written instructions about what to say if Liddell stops by with information. They're allowed to go out and tour the city under appropriate supervision.
Yeah.
Boss got the offer to go touch the mountain. He immediately went to touch the mountain.
At this point, I would assume it would be like Yang just kind of grabs Obsidian by the arm.
Right, sure.
You've never seen a man so small and scrawny just sort of lead a man so large around before.
I'm gonna find the nearest underground wrestling ring.
for all that bra Obsidian has.
It's the Blessed Isles. They have one. Come on, Red has one. I know she has one.
Okay, find one. Perception.
Can I help with this?
You know what? Yeah. You would
I'm guessing
probably.
since I probably know where exactly the best place to be is, and
Yeah,
not
I'm just gonna go ask Angler. Hey, where's all the fights happen?
You don't need to roll. Angler would just know. You would
Where do you keep the
what was
sports?
Engler's wrestle name?
What?
When he was what was
Yeah, you've been through this fucking ring before. You better fight him in the ring.
I'm sorry, I won't be able to, or at
Damn
least
Not
I
yet.
can't
I don't know
I
what you're
can't
talking
rig
about. I've never been in the ring.
I'm gonna make you two fight. I'm gonna bet on one of you and I'll win. I'm gonna rig the shit out of this. Go do your thing. I'm gonna go find it.
That's
Where is
right.
it?
One of the two of us will win. Looks at the guy who uses a sword. Just one of us is gonna win.
It's a wrestling ring. You can't bring weapons into the wrestling. The Obsidian says out loud.
Well, there was this one wrestler. It was his family's sacred. We don't talk about it.
I got a foreign
Angler
object.
watches the point just go sailing over both of their heads.
Yep.
All right, cool. Let's go.
So, it is not a far jog from the docks to get to a warehouse that is repurposed to be fight. It's a fight club. There's a lot of them in the Imperial City. This is one that is more towards the just barrel knuckle boxing kind of fighting rather than the show off all of your incredibly fancy martial arts one. This is where people who don't go to dojos go to beat the crap out of each other.
Okay, can I suggest a initial interaction?
Yes.
Okay, so Yang walks up to whoever you sign up to go into the fight with, and he's looking down at paperwork, and Yang's like, I want to sign my friend up to do a fight club. And the guy starts beginning his whole spiel of, well, we're booked up for the rest of the night. I don't know if we can. And then he looks up and sees Obsidian.
And just goes, and literally just clears the desk in front of him of paperwork with a sweep of one arm. When can we start?
Well, now?
So yeah, this just kind of scrambles to the back office, like talking to the woman back there, just like look, brings her out, shows him Obsidian. Both of them are like, "Oh my god, okay, no, we're redoing the card."
The largest, the man's very large.
He big.
What do we have? What do we have? Like, who do we have? They're just kind of like talking to each other. Look, okay, come in, take a seat in the back, take a seat in this, like just go into the waiting room off to the side. We'll get something up. We just need to talk to the rest of the fighters and get this reorganized.
Please,
okay?
God, somehow have this scheme hoisted to me by my own petard like Mahjong did.
When you guys look back, Angler's gone.
There's a high chance that somebody's going to get hoisted. No, you. Anyway, Obsidian would like follow us down in the chair sheepishly. This is all very
Out of
strange for him.
Wildly out of character.
This is the most like fish out of water you have ever seen. Obsidian.
Fucking shout outs to the second biggest slab of rock on the aisle, Smoldering Fisher.
That's what he is named now. Good job. We were insinuating he's only slightly smaller than the mountain.
Yep. Fuck me, this is not a turn I expected, and I love all of you. Y'all are good players, you know that?
Angler's going to very quietly slide into the fighters only meeting.
Yes!
So, yeah. Would he be approaching anyone to talk, or just being in there?
Just, reputation precedes himself. He's just going to slide in. It's fine.
They all look up and they're just like, oh, well, okay. Well, that solves that problem. Hey, we got a new arrival that, we don't know how good he is, but he's the size of a fucking mountain. So, like,
Oh no.
you think you
How
can take a
big?
hit?
I mean, is he the size? He's like the second biggest slab of rock on the Sacred Isles, right?
Like they literally like point to the door frame where he is, and it's like right under where he would bonk his head walking into the room. That
I
big.
still have my costume on hand.
Yeah, I think it's in here somewhere.
This is world building. This is guerrilla world building.
Oh fuck me! I love that word. I love that term, guerrilla world building.
All right. Just this once, I'll come out of retirement.
Just for old time's sake.
Look, we'll pay medical bills if this guy turns out to fight as big as he looks. But he seemed the little guy leading him around seemed to be the one invested in this. So whatever you do, just make this look good, okay?
So
You're
he
good.
has a manager?
I think so. Like, it seems like he hasn't really been in this kind of place before.
Hold on a second. I lean
Okay,
out the door and yell to Milan, hey, get over here.
No. Okay, so here's what's happening. Yang is currently betting on Obsidian, just like, I'm gonna rig the shit out of this. Woo,
Not knowing what's about to happen.
Meanwhile, at Angler's house, Milan speaking to Angler's wife. Sorry your husband couldn't be here. He had a prior arrangement.
We went
No,
and
Milan-
left.
Just real quick before we head out.
Milan was preparing the cloud and then got grabbed by the collar by Angler. Like, no, I have an idea.
Oh!
1 minute, one last thing. One last heist.
Okay, here's what we're going to do. You're going to be my manager for this one.
What?
It's wrestling. Don't worry about it. It's perfectly legitimate. You're going to be my manager for this one. You just need to hype up the crowd.
Propose is now up
can do that.
at the lookout on the ship, right next to Old Man, staring equally intensely at the mountain.
Opposite emotion.
Just resonating.
Just vibing. It's there. That's great.
Can't believe my pilgrimage was delayed by sports.
Yeah.
Okay,
fact,
so if
Milan,
I'm
you're gonna head out a little early, you're just gonna start laying out the crowd that an old favorite's coming back.
okay, so if I'm your manager, who are you?
You will know as soon as the name is shouted out.
I want everyone to know in advance that Crumb came up with this name.
Nope. This is all on Darren. This is not me in the slightest.
Listen to
I'm
no.
terrified.
Wait, no, you're not. Oh,
You
are.
You don't know that? You don't know that. You don't know that.
Oh my god. Oh, the gods.
I've heard tales of this underground fighter. I didn't realize it was you asshole.
Go out and give him hell.
I mean, that's literally all I can do. But what I'm actually going to do is probably try to make this look interesting because the big guy needs a break.
Roundabout, everyone's friends go help him city issue. Also, Yang loses money.
So really, everyone wins.
This game's good.
All right, so Milan goes out into the crowd while Yang. Okay, so first of all, Yang, you said you wanted to rig the shit out of us. Exactly how did you want to do that?
I ain't Obsidian. He's gonna just beat the shit out of him, right?
Okay, I didn't know if you were going to be like sneaking foreign objects into the ring or something.
No, I don't need to do anything. It's just gonna be some chump, right?
Right. Okay. So first, then would be Milan going out into the audience. Roll me. Presence.
I would like to use auspicious first meeting attitude charm.
Go right. Yeah. Okay. If you've got an angle, go right ahead and lean into it.
So this lets me combine a read intentions action with an instill action to create a positive tie towards themselves with a single charisma, appearance, or perception plus socialize. Rolled against lower guile. I would like to target this at my wrestler, so that instead of towards me, they're a good intention.
Fair. Yeah. Fair. I will allow that.
I have no idea what's going on. I have been thrown into a striped suit. It barely fits me.
He wants to fucking wrestle.
I can't come up with a line, an in-character line, but I'm just, as with only 2 successes, I'm giving it my all and no idea what's going on.
I guess I'm squinting at the stage and going, "Is that? The fuck is Milan doing there?
Why is Milan hyping up the fighter?"
What?
Okay, so if there is any low guile or resolve people in the crowd, they are hyped.
Yeah, this is the average guile and resolve of the Joe average is 2 or 3. So like most everybody in the crowd is getting pretty excited about, oh wow, somebody like a veteran of the ring, and yeah, this seems like somebody pretty like, yeah, this
Well,
okay.
He big?
All right, and so
an old favorite has returned to the ring tonight, folks. It's
all right. And the names cried out, "It's been years since he has entered this ring. It's been years since he thrilled and chilled with his acrobatics and the greatness of his dominance Sorry, I was not expecting to have to play fucking Mean Gene Okerlund tonight. It has been years since he has thrilled and chilled with his death-defying feats of aerial prowess. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you Knife Eye Attack!"
And striding through the doors comes Angler, shirt off, just tight black pants, and a brilliant crimson cake cape flying behind him, and on his head are 2 giant knives strapped to the sides of his head, with a 1,000-yard stare directly at Obsidian.
You hear Yang going in the background. That's cheating! This is bullshit.
What are you talking about? His eyes are knives. That's just how he is.
This is some bullshit loophole.
So, Obsidian enters the ring, and in this corner, the largest chunk of rock this side of the Blessed Mountain, Smoldering Fisher!
Alright. Wordless. Just completely wordless. Wouldn't matter anyway, nobody can see his face. She puts 2 fingers up in the air. Both arms.
The crowd is going nuts at both this known dragon-blooded veteran of the ring and literally murdered someone in cold-blooded. This is what you're doing the next morning. Welcome to Exalted, I guess.
Listen, we have to blow off some steam some ways.
Yeah, look. My brother is sad, and I don't like that.
So, yeah.
Versus knife.
A knife eye attack takes off the helmet he has with the 2 large knives, and underneath those large knives are 4 smaller knives.
Go fuck yourself!
Wrestling's good.
He then slaps the side of each of the knives, and they pop out a little bit, and then retract in.
Let the battle begin! Roll initiative.
Force.
You fucking dug this hole, you're fighting each other!
Hey, I just thought I would fight some rando and just do a couple skill checks. This is where I thought this was going.
And then, y'all carried it.
Oh, where the fuck is my joint battle? There it is. As always, it's garbage.
Basically just seeing who goes first in the 1v1 RPG fight.
Yep.
Fucking tournament arcs always go well. Just roll good, I guess. I still didn't go first, but hey, just roll good.
Yeah, that's a pretty good roll. If it wasn't for the 8 on the other side of the table.
Are 10s? It's been so long since we did combat.
10s do double in joint battle.
Why did that go to 11?
You
Whoops,
gotta flip
I
up
got
there,
that
bud.
backwards. All right. Knife eye attack goes first.
Knife eye attack is going to go for a signature move right off the bat and jump directly onto a turnbuckle.
All right. Backflip backwards into the turnbuckle with your move action.
And as he lands on the turnbuckle, he slaps his legs, and out from beneath his boots, more knives attached to the turnbuckle.
Cheating!
He starts to twist ever so slightly, and the top of the turnbuckle begins to quake and quiver and start to crack away as he begins to ready the turnbuckle stomp.
The crowd, like the crowd is going berserk. The announcer is going, "There are foreign objects in the ring. Where is the referee?" And
Hi, hello, welcome to this session of Exalted that went from Hitman to Ultimate Muscle.
All right,
And
roll.
whenever Fissure gets close, he's just gonna pop it off and like bring it down as like an axe kick on Fissure's chest. Oh no, he's got wearing a helmet right on the head.
All right, give me a 2-die attack stunt. Cat.
I agree, Cat. Only 4 successes. Only 4 successes.
What's my...
You don't have your sword.
Yeah, does my weapon add any parry? Or can
It
you not
adds
parry
one
without
parry,
weapon?
but even without that, your parry is 5.
Yes.
So that just doesn't hit.
So-
It literally,
Yeah.
So yeah.
Smoldering Fissure just, as it's coming down, brings up his arm and just fucking backhands the turnbuckle away.
Sends it soaring out towards the crowd, and they immediately just go berserk as this new, from parts unknown ass motherfucker no-sells the signature move of one of the legendary wrestlers of this underground ring.
Can I stealthily go grab the turnbuckle before it hits anyone?
Yeah, no, you don't have to roll for that.
Can Milan hype up that, like, no, that was supposed to hit? What are you doing? Just play the crowd.
Yeah, play the role of the angry manager. Yeah. The presence socialize.
Try again.
And yeah, knife attack is just going to sit there. K-E-A. K-E-A. It's just going to be staring the whole time, going like,
attribute.
That was supposed to work.
Charisma. Whenever I say presence plus an attribute, I mean charisma. I'm thinking World of Darkness terms, where presence became charisma. Yeah, no, you are just playing just the fucking heel manager of just like, what are you doing? Just going,
That's not what I'm paying you for.
I'm playing Paul Heyman.
Yes. All right, so yeah, the signature move just got no-sold. Hey, what are you gonna do about it, Fissure?
So after no-selling the move, Fissure just throws his arms wide open, looks to the crowd. I'm using warm face seduction.
Yeah!
Be the
Get the crowd on your side!
Why is that heat in the face?
Oh my god, we're actually getting heat. This is fire aspect. My cat's getting into it.
Hold up, I gotta remember what this charm does. Oh, right, yeah, it's just instilling emotion into the crowd. Yeah.
He's gonna save the children.
Persuade roll, which I fucking never remember what persuade is.
That is because it varies depending on the situation. So, charisma presence is just your good one, I will give you.
Actually, there's always one of these that I always gotta remind myself. No, it's performance. Performance I don't actually have maxed.
Yeah. You can also use performance for the putting on a show aspect, yeah.
That'd be a worse roll.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
Oh, keep hitting 9 instead of 7, because those keys look similar.
So...
That's 5.
Successes. The crowd is immediately has gone from, who the hell is this, to, just like fucking blown up the roof heat of like, oh my god, this guy's so fucking cool. Let's see him rumble.
Just turns back to Knife Eye Attack and just says, what are you going to try next?
Alright, it's Knife Eye's turn again.
Look, Obsidian has no brawl. He's bad in a hand-to-hand, but he can take attacks.
And you can work a crowd. And this is pro wrestling. That's what matters.
Okay.
Shit, did I accidentally find out how this works perfectly? Did I find the perfect hobby for Obsidian by shitposting?
I think you did!
It makes a lot of sense for his character build.
The fucking art!
Wait, so Smoldering Fissure's working the crowd right now and like looking around and stuff?
And then turn back to you to go, what are you going to do?
Well, no. If they're turning to look at the other side, he's going to like reach over towards Milan and say, underneath the thing. And Milan will find under there a steel chair.
Improvised weapon.
Yep.
And which I'm going to use, and I'm going to run up and smash Smoldering Fissure directly across his massive back. Which means I'm using a melee weapon, which I'm terrible with.
So, should emphasize, you were going for the back of the head. He's just too tall.
Okay, so
you reach as high as you can, and you just still smack him across the fucking back.
So while Milan goes down and grabs the chair, finds another chair and shoves it underneath the other side of the ring to where Yang is standing.
What the hell am I supposed to do with this? Do you want me to get in the ring? No, this is Obsidian's big day.
Milan just staring across the ring like, you fucking idiot!
What is the ring?
Give it to him! Give it to Bonk! 2 dice down to attack roll.
Yeah, I guess that means I just take off the weapon stuff. So I guess this is just
This is an improvised weapon, so you have a -1 penalty.
-1 penalty, making sure I got this right.
And wouldn't you have to use melee instead of brawl?
Yes, I'm really bad at this.
Angler is fucking terrible at melee, so he's deliberately selling a bad attack.
3 successes.
Bonk!
What would be a better way to play this up? I know. I'm making a resistance roll. I'm gonna actually just eat the hit.
Yeah.
Hope the chair just folds on your head.
Charisma resistance to sell how just flex throwing it you are.
Is there a resistance? Excellency? Oh,
Yes.
purifying blood audacity.
Mhm.
Do I even have that
Ascendancy.
one? Ascendancy. I think I've made that same mistake multiple times in pronouncing that. No, I've gone for merely the combat related. Whatever, it's still 10-10.
Mm-hmm.
And this is how the folding chair was invented.
So, yeah. The chair just, with a very resonant hollow flunk, hits the back of Smoldering Fisher, who just stands completely still. And, hey, are you spending personal or peripheral? Oh, wait, did you not use the Excellency at that?
I don't have the excellency.
Right. Did you spend personal or peripheral on Warm Face Seduction? Like, would your animal be impacted?
While this is happening, I'm gonna look for.
I'm gonna use personal for now because I don't know if like Dragon Bloods usually end up down here.
Well, clearly one has been known to fight in here.
I don't know if they know that he is.
Well, that's actually fair, yes. So, yeah, just the chair just literally bounces off and then kind of clonks Angler Knife Eye in the forehead, just kind of harmlessly, but like literally just...
No, when it hits me in the forehead, the knives on the side of my head get stuck in the chair.
Oh no!
I guess I'm his manager.
Yes.
So I'm gonna look underneath the. Is it like a ladder or like a steel table? Is there a table? Something very non-lethal.
Yeah,
I have shoved a chair over to you.
The chair over to you.
Okay, I'm gonna, from my manager's box, shout like, it's a chair kind of day, huh? Get him, Fissure, and throw him a chair.
No, this is me.
They escalated.
Because improvised weapon, but I have melee 5.
Now remember, you don't get to add your +5 weapon bonus for whatever it is for the sword, so it's a little bit worse, but it's still pretty good.
Yes, and also, number one, this is a non-lethal fight. Like, this is explicitly a fight where in the rules you are not trying to, like seriously injure each other. And number two, the point of this is to make you look good.
Yeah, this is Dragon Blood roughhousing.
Like, you could beat Angler unconscious, like, legit. Like, just do a shoot fight where you beat him into a paste, and he would be back on his feet within an hour.
But what would be more entertaining, and I think I have the better answer for that. So, the chair comes sliding under the turnbuckle, and Fissure picks it up.
Hard. Yeah.
And the people that know him are expecting him to swing the chair at Knife Eye, but instead just sort of like flat tosses it right at Knife Eye. This isn't the attack because Knife Eye catches it, and then as soon as he moves it out of the way so he can see what's going on, Smoldering's coming by with the clothesline.
Yeah! True that.
So the second chair hits the first chair that's attached to Knife Eye's forehead and knocks it away. Just like, oh no. Oh shit.
Oh crap.
This is my weakness, how'd you know?
So this is Brawl 1. So this is 8 die?
Yep. Just gotta roll good. You just gotta roll good.
That does miss, unfortunately.
Would Angler deliberately take the hit?
Oh no, Angler has a better thing. So he sees the thing coming and is going to use a charm to get out of the way of it, which is... Let me make sure to throw through my whole thing. Hopping Firecracker, which is igniting an explosive leap when I dodge an attack, and I will jump massively in the air.
All right, so you are able to dodge out of the way, leap a range band up into the air with an explosion that Obsidian charges through, and the costume catches fire briefly, but the Fisher does not seem bothered.
I'm going to land on Fisher's shoulder and let my cape go right around the front of his helmet. And I'm going to blind him and just kind of hold him like that.
Haha, what do you do now, Fisher? I'm a brigand.
All right, so give me a gambit roll on that. Well, just roll to see if you connect, and then roll your initiative to see if the gambit works for blinding.
Okay, to see if I connect, that's 8 successes for connecting.
Yeah. I get no amount of dice or motes would allow me to dodge this.
Yeah.
And then Angler actually, as he's doing this, going to whisper in Fisher's ear, "Throw me with the cape." And then he's just going to kind of sit there.
I want you to know I was already thinking of doing that.
I know.
Yeah,
but
compatible.
It's like the idea of like, haha, I've blinded him. He can't get out of it. Oh, wait.
All right, so I'll call that a gambit for blinding. So let's call it spend 3 initiative to do that, which puts you at a tie initiative wise. And now it is Fisher's turn again.
All right.
So long, Big Bowser.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's just give Bowser this. So Obsidian would just grab the cape, whip his arms out, and then just start spinning around. And at some point, let go of the cape.
All right, yeah, that's another 2 dice stunt because I just want this to work.
Is this a ring out?
That's not in wrestling.
Maybe here. Well, who knows?
They got 10 count.
But
they got 10
what
here.
skill is this? Still brawl? It's brawl because it's a grab.
But this okay, I want to double check something on your sheet before I say it. Okay, brawl and thrown are both terrible. So
Yes.
brawl.
It's almost like I didn't invest in what's not my weapon.
Yeah, that's fine.
I think I took 1 point in brawl because I kept grabbing people when they attacked me.
Yeah, no, specifically I called out if you want to keep doing grapple moves, you need brawl.
Oh no! Oh wait, the 2 dice not.
Yeah.
I spent a willpower.
All right.
Angler is technically grappled with you. His defense is low enough that would work.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you are in a grapple. This means that hits legit. So, you are able to just rip the cape up from in front of your face, like tie it into just a rope and a knot around Angler's throat, and start spinning around in a circle as the crowd starts going. Long Angler.
Oh no!
It started by the sheer speeds involved, just like carrying him over, like spinning so wildly you are going through the ring until he is tossed all the way out of the ring as the crowd goes wild.
Oh, I just had a better follow-up for that, but no.
Oh, what? No, go ahead. I can retcon.
Darren?
Throw him into the turnbuckle and then get him on the bounce back.
Ooh.
Yeah.
You got to finish that lariat.
Irish whip.
Oh no!
Bounce. Oh no.
Oh, he's so strong and handsome. I can't possibly win.
So technically, Angler has a turn first. Would Angler forfeit it to make this work?
Of course.
All right, Angler.
I'm playing up to the crowd like, oh, he got me. What am I gonna? Oh no.
Yeah. Just okay. So 3 dice stunt from Obsidian on this.
All right.
Also, Angler, Chad proposes that you met your wife in underground wrestling.
I recovered a willpower, so I'll spend another on that to make it 4.
I did not meet her in the underground wrestling, but I also met her in underground wrestling.
Yeah. They were an arranged marriage, but they probably worked out some hobbies together.
They might have accidentally wrestled.
I don't
each other.
have my tag
Wait,
team
you do
partner.
this too? Wow.
Yeah, he's getting bodied because Furious Cascade isn't here.
Anyway, would grab him. All right, would clothesline being careful not to actually cause damage into a pin, just like slam into the mat.
All right, just clothesline, whip around, slam into the ground, pull into a pin, 3 count. Does Angler try kicking out or not? Like,
Angler's
how
gonna-
hard? How hard
He's
does
gonna
he wanna
try.
drop?
He's gonna kick out once, and as he does so, he's actually gonna headbutt Fisher right in the helmet and then fall over unconscious.
God, that's just feign like, I'm out. I'm a genius. I'm gonna headbutt him. Wait, that's metal? Oh, bonk!
Oh, it's the super exaggerated, like trying to. Oh no, I gotta get up. Bam, and then just fall right back over.
The crowd is just at this point like shaking the foundation of the building with how much they are cheering and chanting like Fisher, Fisher, Fisher.
Milan has scrambled into the ring and is checking Knife Eye Attack's vitals.
Huh. I am getting paid. How about that?
Well, all right. Just double checking on it. So, like Angler probably like cracks an eye when the crowd can see. He's like, yeah, no, I'm fine.
Obsidian's up.
I had my tag team partner.
Obsidian's up on the rope, showboating.
Good.
Ladies and gentlemen, what an upset! From parts unknown, this behemoth of a man has shown a veteran of the ring what it really means to be a champion! Ladies and gentlemen, while this was not a title bout, I think that in our hearts, Smoldering Fisher is the new king of the ring!
Wait a minute. What? Like, it doesn't say it out loud, but definitely has that moment
Fight
of
boss now.
Wait,
what did I get myself into?
hold on. Shit. Right.
Fuck.
This is gonna keep happening.
At this point, Knife Eye Attack gets up, sighs, unhooks the cape around his shoulders, and drapes it around Smoldering Fisher's shoulders.
Yes. Exactly. This is bullshit.
It was a fair fight. He beat me fair and square. But next time, he'll have to get a tag team partner, and he'll have to face against me and Misery Blossom Princess.
The crowd goes completely nuts at you mentioning the tag partner, because that was the real good matches that you were in.
You and your wife are fucking nerds.
I imagine that
You realize
mutters that at ringside.
Sunday, you realize that if this ever does happen, you're my tag partner, right?
Shit.
You're the only. Well, actually, I guess Rapose is a martial artist.
There's no way we can drag Rapose into a ring.
Are you sure?
about that?
Are you sure? Loon, can you chime in for repose?
You do know that gods do officiate over the squared circle.
God,
I mean, do you need someone buried?
Like fucking Repose, who went home to see the family and just ended up fighting for like a month straight.
Repose being the ref, though, I think would be funny.
Repose as the ref would be funnier.
The art of wrestling is a holy and sacred tradition on the Isles.
Just the incredibly straight-faced and yet incredibly like corrupt ref.
Well, I don't have anywhere else to go with the scene.
I
think we're just gonna fade to black
fading out as the crowd is going nuts.
Obsidian
and the rest of the
had a fun.
Obsidian had a day. Sports?
Like the group all just kind of get together at the side of the ring and don't head out at the same exit because opposite teams and such, but head out and then behind the scenes get back together in the back room to discuss what the fuck just happened.
Well, that was silly.
I mean,
your knife eye attack?
Yeah, how did you not recognize me?
Like, you always had the knives
Angler didn't wear a mask, right?
Angler
the
had a
mask
headpiece.
is knives.
Angler had a headpiece, yeah.
Okay.
This was also like probably several years ago, where he probably looked a little different.
A little bit younger.
I didn't have a mustache then.
Oh yeah, I would do it.
And also, I mean, would you really recognize me if Cascade was here too? You wouldn't expect the two of us to be doing this.
Oh my god.
I mean, oh no, I let out my secret partner's name. What am I going to do?
Oh, the people at the ministry are not going to believe this.
That's correct. They will not believe this.
People at the boat will love to hear why you're still delaying the flight inland to do important business.
Weren't you guys?
I mean, this took like an hour in the middle of the
Yes.
night.
We do have something we need to go. We need to go see your family, Angler.
Yes, I know.
All right.
But at the same time, there's family and there's family. You need to take care of your family.
Looks at Obsidian, just nods.
Obsidian just goes, "This is fun."
Good.
Please tell me Obsidian puts out his hand with his thumb facing to the side.
Go on your look.
And Angler's just going to grab it and turn it to a thumbs up.
Ah.
All right, we're done here. Let's go to the inside of the island.
Yep. And scene. So, Repose on the boat during that probably felt, through the Hearth connection, a briefly confusing bout of violence between, Angler and Obsidian, and then just enjoyment all around.
They have fun.
I found a hobby for the large man.
Sports. So, the rest of the group gathers together, and with the disguise, would Obsidian go on the trip or stay on the boat? Like, just...
There is now a follow-up thought of...
It'd be pretty funny.
Well, now the disguise is well known.
Yes, but you never take off the helmet. And besides, there's plenty of wrestling rinks in House Nellen's territory.
Now, disguised you has a reason to have been invited along. Hey, I just met this guy in the city. He's great.
Yeah, this guy in the city and I had a really good fighting match, and he invited me home to his own circuit.
My new acquaintance, who I have met only just now for the first time.
Besides, the Fisher has
But
to
already
see how
I
big
feel
the
he is
mountain
like a
is
brother to
compared to
me.
them.
Yeah, I'd go.
All right, so
I've sat out of like 2 sessions straight.
And it looks like Doc is still out of commission.
Yeah,
so old
I
man
think Doc
remains
might
in
have
his
been-
meditative rage coma.
yeah, I think Doc got sidelined by something. So old man is in a quantum state of staring angrily at the mountain, or
left an illusion staring at the mountain and then snuck by after us.
Yes.
In case we need a second cloud in order to move people.
Right. So, it takes you until mid-afternoon to get over, actually, probably most of a day, even with because I need to remember, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yes, each square is 50 miles.
No, it's actually closer to like 100. So
Each square is 100 miles. I was making a joke. Unfortunately, the game just told me that I was an idiot.
Land big.
So-
God,
10
it's not an island, it's a continent.
Yes.
yeah.
Yep.
Okay, so it is 10 hours.
Like, that is a part of it. That the Blessed Isle is downplaying the size of it. The name.
God, I
You
hate
take the
this
very
place.
big landmass and you call it tiny.
Well, welcome to China.
Yeah, so it would take you into the late afternoon with your magical cloud that goes 100 miles an hour to get to Nellen's territory. So, like, it is a day trip, but it's only a day trip because you have magic. This is why when you said, I don't know if I need to use sorcery, it's like, you would be here for weeks.
The other reason that the Civil War can start and have it not be that urgent is it will take years to fight. It will take years for armies to move from one side of this place to the other.
Ugh.
Yeah, this is explicitly super not to scale with the last map. The last map I zoomed into a sane level of human density and habitation. This one is a continent scale map. Oh my god. Onyx getting involved in sports. But yes, the general cloud lands and is, Nolan's territory is pretty big. It is the personal home estate of the Angler's family is not near the capital of the territory, but it is not either. It is close enough that a day's ride on a horse will get you there, if you're really booking it. So it is not out in the sticks of the province, but it is not prime territory either. You land on the cloud and at a safe enough distance to not just dunk immediately on somebody's house or road or etc. And take the half-hour walk or so into town, and well, not even into town. It's a private estate at this point.
It'd be like a villa, yeah.
Yeah. So like a half-hour walk through a little bit of the wilderness and some of the outlying territories, and up to the, to Dynast standards, modest, to everyone who doesn't live on the Blessed Isle, what the fuck is wrong with you? How many people live in this house? Okay, it's you and like dozens of other people to serve your family, okay. So it is just a very large estate, very big internal house, several outlying houses. It has its own small gardens. It is pretty well set, but by Dynast standards, it's like, I guess you're successful, I guess. So,
It's a living.
yeah, but like, neither Angler nor Cascade are exactly, ladder, like super ambitious, grab the biggest territory kind of people. So like, this is more than fine.
We wanted a spot that was away from the borders in case some people got uppity. And this was a modest place that we could grab.
So, approaching the villa, several of the outlying guards of the house take a look up and are just kind of transparently a bit shocked of like, oh wow, we got the message you were coming, and then you're here in a day. we were expecting to see you like in a week or two, kind of expressions, but then kind of straighten up. Master Nellens, it is good to see you again.
Athos, Porthos, good to see the both of you. Show up with the first names I thought of.
Sorry, I need to just put my brain back on the rail.
This session has made me discard things from my hand more often than usual.
I presume that they kind of look at the group with you. I presume that is your new hearth, sir.
Yes. Well, yes and no. Parts of my hearth. In fact, one member who we're not sure about yet is this gentleman right here, and he looks up at the 8-foot-tall mountain of a man next to me. This is Fissure. I recently, or rather, an associate of mine had a perfectly legitimate wrestling match with him, and this associate was so impressed.
They kind of just are already not. They're not interrupting you because you're the boss, but also they're just kind of nodding along, like, okay, yeah, okay. We know what your old hobby was.
He's coming along to see the mountain, and also these fine gentlemen, pointing to the various members of Rapose's crew, are here to observe. Points to at this point, probably absolutely Titanic Mountain, because we're that close.
We don't have cloud capacity to bring all the pilgrims. They're staying in the city and getting city tour. For them, the big important lesson that Repose wants to let them experience is to see the people of the middle and the way they live in its own context.
Yep.
Right, we can only have like 8 people. Yeah, never mind.
Yeah, just pointing out this important bit for them of, the only encounters we generally have with center folk are when they are out on our land trying to tell us what to do. Let's go be better guests in their house for that bit of, smugness about it. But also, the laws of the center make more sense when you're in the center. Look at the size of this city and try to imagine running this any of the ways that we do things out east.
And also understand that most dynasts are like that because look at the average social interaction in the Imperial City. They're just like that.
And, quietly when no one is looking, just think about there are enough of the Chosen on this island that people will just leave one dead in the street to chase a criminal. Whereas, back where we came from, you probably know the names of every terrestrial within, relevant distance.
Yeah.
Out there, we are, weird, singular points of interest. In here, they're just another social class.
They are the ruling class, but they're all over the place. So,
it's fucking weird.
Yeah, at this point, you are close enough to the mountain that when you are looking mountainwards, it is probably a good 60 to 70 degrees of the dome of the sky is just taken up by rock. It just goes up and up and up, and then you can't look up any further. It just keeps going up. It goes above the cloud layer, and then goes up a loud question mark number of height above that.
After we landed at the estate, Repose would have disembarked from cloud directly onto the face first onto the ground, and just lay there, sprawled out, bowed in prayer for quite a while directly at the middle, just listening to the earth through its contact with him, and just having a moment.
It is among the most profound spiritual experiences that Repose has ever had. You don't even need to turn on any particular enhanced sense to just Earth Essence, right here. Where's the dragon line with Earth? No, it's not a dragon line full of Earth Essence. You're just on it. You are on the pole, almost. The whole place tastes like Earth.
It's all good land.
Mm-hmm. You're still, 200 or 300 miles out. You have the feeling that if you stepped on it, you might explode. But in the meantime, back to the guards. They just kind of wave you in upon the explanation, making sure everything was in order. And
real quick, he would ask, where is the matriarch? Where is Cascade? And much more importantly, where are the two you know I'm looking for?
Your daughters are out with, remind me, what was the name of their trainer off the top of my head before I look in the DMs?
Oh God, see, I wrote it down now, and I'm trying to make sure I got it right.
Granite Sunside.
Yeah, Granite Sunrise.
Yeah, they're with Master Sunrise right now for their training lessons. Mistress Cascade is presumably in the villa still. I don't believe she had her duties at the treasury today. The matriarch is currently in business in the capital.
Oh, you mean I just missed her? Dang.
They kind of give you a look of like, is that a dang where we should send a message, or is that a dang, air quotes?
Well, if you would, please send a message, and looks at the light and points to a point 2 hours away. When the sun reaches that point, I need to go have a conversation inside. But first, I need to go to the guest room and prepare it for these gentlemen.
Understood. They immediately go to, report to the attaché. Like, they go to send a runner to the attaché sorcerer of the region to get the message out faster.
Months away, and you're finally home, and it doesn't seem like it's real.
The grounds are...
I was just going to say, if they're the only ones in the room, like all the people have left, and if Obsidian overheard that, I don't know, tell me about it.
Yeah, no, there wouldn't be anybody in earshot, so you could say that.
Anyway, I'm sorry I've been not a perfect host to all of you, but welcome to my family's estate.
Suppose we'll actually have the mirror out and just be looking around. Hey, are there any frolicking elementals in the vicinity?
There are some. It is not like they don't appear to be particularly bound to service or like infringed upon. They're just kind of around. It's a lot of earth elementals. There is a small subset of really tiny water elementals near the reflecting pools. It's just, this is the Blessed Isle right next to the Imperial Mountain. The elementals are just around as a feature. They're just everywhere.
If you have a guest room facing the mountain, let's give that to Repose.
Of course.
Repose is going to be kind of not engaging the servants or the people of the household. He is actually going to try and get the attention of one of the spirits and just start asking up the chain here of, all right, so like, yeah, hey, where's the real lady of this house? Where's the lady of this land? Excuse me. I am a visitor. Good day.
One of the water spirits by the reflecting pool kind of does a double take at a human talking to him, just like, whoa. It's been a while since we had a visitor from the order. I assure you that everything is in fine order, as you can see. If you need to speak with the mistress of the estate, she should be somewhere in the building proper. I believe might be the reception chambers is where she would usually be residing, unless she has pressing business elsewhere.
And Repose will allow. Repose will kind of savor, the usual kind of, yes, I'm menacing something tiny. But then after allowing that to settle a bit, just kind of correct. That is not whom I was referring. You would like to be, if possible, in touch with higher ranking regional elementals.
Mm-hmm. They
And he will
kind of
provide
pause.
that.
Hmm?
I am a visitor. I have arrived here, for quite a ways off.
Visitor.
Perhaps allow it more clearly to come through in his old realm. That what do I sound like orthodoxy to you, small cousin?
Like the elementals all kind of look at each other like, oh, this isn't a cop. This is both more exciting and more dangerous than a cop.
Ooh, you want to talk to Big Rock?
We want to talk to Big Rock, and you're not on the list of the cops who talk to the Big Rock.
Only so large a rock as would not be inconvenienced by entertaining my presence.
Well, one of the Earth Elementals kind of grumbles.
Naturally, the Landfather has very important work to do, and we would not intrude.
I suppose that... I suppose the Earth Elemental is clearly, like, has not spoken to someone for a very good long while, and is not used to having to speak out loud. Grandmother Karst nearby would be willing to entertain.
Proposes entirely reflecting the awe and youthful energy of it all back over here. Just yep, now he is the very excited
Now you are
tourist
baby.
who is here. He has arrived. I am baby. I am here to visit. Just a little guy. Just a little Earth guy.
Grandmother Karst would likely be open to visitors from beyond the shore. Others would be receptive, but less receptive. So, in the meantime, hang on, my cat is being extremely...
You're going to be introducing your friends, and also that guy who like ran off way deep into the lawn. He's also with us. You'll.
Yeah,
It's Propose's turn to be the weirdo who is, out crawling in the shrubs.
Like, we got here with a group of 5-ish, and I'm fully expecting to be down to 2 by the time I actually get to where she is. Yang is going to just disappear off into the bushes, and Repose is just going to be talking to what I think is the air, and I have no idea what's going to happen with Obsidian.
Obsidian is sticking to you.
Yeah, okay, cool.
Obsidian is not going to wander off at this point.
Sorry, I had to cat manage as my headphones need to have 2 power cords plugged in right now, and my cat decided to crawl up on my shoulder and head bump me very aggressively and knock both of them out.
Well played.
She's good.
Good cat. Not bad.
But yes, Repose would be given directions to about an hour's walk away from the estate would be the landmass that the local elemental, they figure, would not be too upset by an unorthodox priest showing up. I'm not spurning the cat's affection. She's still on my shoulder. I just had to get the wires in a position where she wouldn't be, like, wrapping herself around them.
I went up to go reset and smoke and come back, and the second I sat down again, my cat crawled on me.
Good.
Yes.
Yeah, see, our cats are fucking tag teaming, is the thing.
She's purring very heavily, so.
Yeah, so is mine. But
by the way, if I'm here, I'm in Yakuban costume.
Yeah, and Obsidian is also in Fisher costume, and the guards on the outside just didn't really give 2 looks at that because look, they're with the boss. We're not.
The boss came back from the Outlands. I guess that's just weirdos.
I guess that's how they dress up. That is just how the.
So I want to make sure I've got this right. I have Vanif Milan, who looks like someone from the Isles, and then I have a priest who is off talking to the air. Yakuman, which I don't even need to
I'm on top of the roof and brooding, yes.
There you go. And also Obsidian, now as Dr. Smolderboulder over here, who's just going to be...
Please. Smoldering fissure. God, get it right.
Sure.
I'm actually, I just thought of a problem to cause. Did I overhear where Angler's children are training?
Yes, you did.
Yes, they are training, but not currently here, it seems.
No, they are here. Here's the thing: they are here, but they are busy in the dojo. Was the impression?
Yeah. Okay.
I'm gonna go into the
go in and see them, but you would be interrupting their training.
That's Yang. Sorry, Yakuman.
Problems.
Okay, so yeah. Let's go with Angler first. So
Propose can be around for that. Naturally, anything, Earth-related happens at a very slow and deliberate pace. So just knowing a meeting is there and having put out word that he is interested in it, it's going to be like at least tomorrow before Propose actually follows up on that.
Yep. So, yeah, probably most of the group aside from Yakuman then would be going inside.
Remember, everyone, mind your manners, especially you. Yeah, oh no. I mentally feel to where he's head and go, whatever, can't stop it.
Yeah, you feel the connection going towards the dojo on the estate, and you just kind of figure that problem's going to solve itself.
Have fun with those two. It'll be a blast. And I will move up to the greeting chamber, or whatever you want to call it, and knock politely at the door and wait to be let in. Excuse me.
The door opens, and the servant on the inside is very clearly like, "Well, you own the place. Why did you? Well, okay, whatever. Well, come on in, sir."
Of course.
But the inside of the estate is pretty tastefully arranged. It is a mixture of dynastic, and iconistic decorations, nature imagery, things like that, and bits and pieces of Prasadi architecture, art, things from home from Angler. A couple of old pieces of House Barano symbology. It has not been very long in the scheme of things, but it has been a very long time for Angler, and it just is. It is nice to be home, and everything. There's been a little bit of rearrangement, but everything is still. Everything is still sort of in its place. It is the sort of atmosphere inside the house of calm where, for a moment, you could almost believe that the Isle is not on the verge of this conflict.
Is there a wrestler poster in the room? Not only is there a wrestler tapestry in the room, there's also 2 giant trophies in front of that. However, the thing that had been moved in the room is that the trophy that's more showing off Cascade has been moved to the front rather than the side-by-side it originally was. Angler notices this and smiles, but doesn't say anything.
So, yeah, just you are immediately like, are you here to see Cascade, sir?
Of course. I need to introduce my companions, and, well, it's been a while. I'd like to see her.
She's in the study, sir.
Thank you, Mishak.
Mm-hmm. They just kind of nod and kind of step out of the way to let you lead the way for the rest.
Also, along the way, Shadrach, Abednego, thank you. Good to see all of you.
So,
find a nice place to sit and wait.
Oh no, we're going to go right on in.
Okay.
The group just goes into the study, and I'll just make a little blank room because I do have a portrait for her, though I do to finish.
Are we gonna expect a tantrum? We'll find out. Angler's going in. We're just gonna see what happens.
Just a sec while I just pull up another little bit.
As you're doing that, he will turn to the rest of the group. No matter what happens when we walk in here, do not interfere. Trust me.
Good music cue.
Okay. Vulcan. All right, so here are your redeployment orders. You are going to the 100 Kingdoms. See you there.
And one last second. Thought I had already uploaded her token, but I had not yet, so...
Actually, since you're continuing to do that, Angler would take a moment to pulse through a couple of his awareness charms to see if anyone would be listening in, and then just kind of look back at the servants and give them that look of, yeah, no.
This is private. Fuck off. You get the feeling that it was just the kind of casual, curious listening, but as soon as they realize that they got busted, they immediately go find other places in the house to be.
Yep.
Okay, just finishing up the scaling. And... Okay, so you walk into the study. It is a quiet, small, but mostly wood-paneled room. There's a hearth on the far end that is lit with a fire. Several very well-crafted, comfortable chairs littered around. Wall-to-wall library of shelves with scrolls and books. Angler is personally familiar that a lot of them are the family history of House Nellens. A lot of them are, just, family registers, like family trees. Other things are business ledgers. Other things are more dedicated to, the arts. The things that the personal territory has, invested in. The local artists, novels, poetry, things like that. And at the far end, sitting at a chair by the fire, is his wife.
My wife.
She looks up, and her facial expression... Give me a read intentions.
Oh no. Oh no.
The other three of you can if you want as well.
Give me a sec. Excellent close. Lot casting Atemi.
I forget what that is.
Wit socialize.
Yeah. I should read the room. I'm gonna give that 2 bonus successes.
Alright, that means... This is hysterical. This means everyone but Angler is able to get this correct.
Yep.
Everyone behind Angler can see that Cascade is giving the impression of feigning being angry with Angler while secretly very happy to see him. Angler just sees that she looks really mad.
And we were all told not to interfere.
Not to interfere.
Say anything.
Oh,
this is awkward.
Cass, it is... I'm sorry. Let's try that again. Cass, and he walks over and holds his hand out and gestures to the rest of them. These are my 3 compatriots, Vanif Milan, Brother Absolute Repose, and this gentleman I met here has many names, But while we were in the gets another look. While we were in the confines of this study, his name is Obsidian Shield. Gentlemen, this is Furious Cascade of House Nellens.
Polite bow.
She gives a nod to each of the three of you and not to Angler. She is, to the rest of you, incredibly entertained that he has not caught this yet, but is still putting on the just kind of messing with him cold approach.
Hey, Darren.
Yeah, was it?
I'm sure it's been mentioned at some point. How old is Furious Cascade?
She's probably...
She is a couple years older than Angler, so she's about 30. Actually,
Mid-30s.
she's like a year over 30. He's a year under.
Yeah, mid-30s, like early to mid-30s. So, younger than you.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, that's probably getting picked up on my mic.
It's a pleasure to meet the hearth that I've heard so much about.
Yes, that you heard so... Oh, boy. Yes, so many letters that I totally sent.
She gives a very even look, now very slowly turning her head towards Angler.
We did lots of good things. You would be proud?
Deliberate silence.
I feel like this is the best time to tell you of your new position.
That actually breaks the... Like, for a second, she just like is like, what?
Congratulations, my dear. You are the new magistrate of a kingdom.
Stare. You know, I was doing the thing where I was just gonna wait until you apologized. But... What?
I apologize for making you the magistrate of a new kingdom because we brought the old magistrate back and he was assassinated in the streets.
What?
Maybe I
Like-
should start from the beginning.
Her full expressions are now, like, on display of, like, she's still happy to see you, but just like a... Angler now recognizes the thing that she was doing. This is something that they have both done to each other, a back and forth of kind of messing with each other. And you just kind of reversaled her, and she's just like, what? What?
By the way, it's great to see you, and I'm very sorry about not sending letters. And he gives a very cheeky grin and takes a quarter step back.
Not fast enough to avoid the smack that turns into a hug.
Yeah.
Propose just kind of has an internal beat of, oh wait, is that why we're here?
I'm glad
I-
you're staying
He
stupid.
isn't
son
part
of
of
a
these
bitch.
plans.
Well,
Yeah, he wanted to get his family to take back with us to the 100 Kingdoms so that they were safe from whatever happens here. I say,
This is Soda
And-
Voce.
yeah.
Now, what the hell is this about being a regent?
well, things happened out east. And again, he actually takes a moment and makes a actual like stomp with his right foot and sends out a pulse to make sure absolutely no one is listening in.
Nothing.
Okay. All right. I'm going to give the short version. You can ask for the longer version later. Some trouble's brewing out east. However, it's nothing compared to what's on this island from what we've seen even being here for a day. We need a steady hand out there to keep some people who need help on the right path. And to take care of several birds with one stone, I nominated you. And in the process might have ticked off an immaculate order in the at the same time. Also, we're on the docket to do a tag team match and sometime soonish against that guy. Points to Obsidian.
Are you fucking kidding me? Please.
Why would I lie about that? I saw you moved the trophy, by the way. Nice try. Do you think I wouldn't notice?
Look. I need a moment, okay? Just give me a second.
Of course.
Takes a breath in and out. I knew you were working on getting us a safe place to be away from the Isle. I'm glad that you found one. I am not opposed to being involved in the administration of wherever we help move to. I would have appreciated a little more consultation on that. If not for just my sake, the sake of my daughters.
Our daughters.
No, you know very certainly that
Yeah, I
she
know.
said.
I know he starts and just goes, nah, never mind.
Milan gives a small cough and looks at Angler as, you didn't tell her?
I didn't tell her because I didn't know who would be looking at the correspondence.
She just has a very sour face on her, sour look on her face at that. Just like, you're right, but you're also a fucking idiot.
Yes! Welcome to Angler!
Where is this anyway? Is it the 100 Kingdoms? Tell me
Yes.
you didn't knock over Grey Falls.
Not yet.
What? She puts a hand on your shoulder. Angler?
Yes?
You really need to clarify that statement before I put you out the window.
I am not trying to knock over Grey Falls. However, nope, he's not going to do. He almost moves to include Milan in this conversation and realizes, you know what? I like Milan too much, so I'm not going to do that to him. Pauses and goes, through correspondence with a couple other houses, some trade networks might be going through Grey Falls, so we are not knocking it down yet.
You keep saying yet, dear.
What?
And you're not clarifying why.
Because I don't like them? Actually, the true answer is I don't like what they do. You haven't seen it yet, but I've seen an awful bit of... I don't like what they're doing to the common people.
That gets a slightly more sympathetic look on her face. Sinis really went that bad that fast?
Yeah.
Out loud.
How much have you been doing behind my back to set this up?
Both nothing and everything. It was more of a spur
I
of the
didn't
moment
ask
thing.
an immaculate priest, I asked my husband.
What the fuck does that even mean?
It was mostly a spur of the moment thing once we kind of stepped into the situation in the place you'll be taking over.
You deposed a kingdom on a spur of a moment.
No, we didn't depose them. The Immaculate Order did that, but they were going to set up shop and make things infinitely worse. So
So you interfered with the Immaculate Order?
Really, I interfered with them interfering with themselves. They were going to make the situation really bad for them. They'll thank me 20 years from now.
Angler, if you keep this up, you're not going to be alive in 20 weeks.
This is the weirdest marriage.
Yes, this is a political marriage, is the thing. Like, this has been something
This is
that
an
Angler,
alliance.
This is something Angler has mentioned explicitly. This is not a romantic relationship. This was purely a political alliance that they decided to just be partnership in.
This be like if you grew up with like let's say you lived down the street from someone and you went to the same school throughout the entire school, and then it's your senior year, you were told, by the way, the two of you are getting married. It's kind of like that. You know each other and you kind of get along, but this is not something where you would like, this is your first choice kind of deal.
Mm-hmm.
Also, Angler wasn't necessarily proposed to her. He was proposed to the first person in their house that Exalted.
Angler
and
was
happened to be furious.
Yeah, Angler was the house's bribe for please get us into the dynastic politics. And Angler and Furious Cascade was not attractive enough to dynastic reasons to... Basically, neither side of this is entirely happy, but they also realize it's not each other's fault.
Yeah, we like each other. We don't like the reasons we were put in this situation.
Yes. There's a reason there was a long-standing contingency plan to leave.
Yeah, speaking of, did you get the message about the moon?
Yes, I did. Did you really have to be so dramatic about it, though?
Well, I gave the information to Agon, and if I didn't tell him those specific words, he would probably not have done it because he would have thought it was dumb marriage stuff.
You're right. You're right.
You know what happens when he starts drinking.
Yes, I do. I am very familiar with what happens when he starts drinking.
In any case, I will explain all of the information once we are safely on our way. However, I seem to have missed the matriarch in the capital, thankfully, but I'm going to have to talk with her. How's she doing?
I'm going to say a lot better than she's going to be when she talks to you if you keep it up like this.
Oh, I'm sure I'll be much more polished once we get to talk with her later about it.
If you're not... She gestures to the window again.
It wouldn't be the first time I've gone out that window.
No, it wouldn't. She kind of glances back to the rest of the three. I'm sorry my husband dragged you into this. I'm not sure why he saw fit to make a private meeting something that his hearth was watching.
Because you're going to get used to seeing their ugly faces for the next month.
So they're going to be getting used to me talking to you, like they don't, probably.
Uh-huh.
Look, the three of you don't just stand there silently. I don't care what he said. Introduce yourselves properly if we're going to be together for a while.
Perception awareness already completely zoned back out into meditative trance and inward prayer. Mode is watching, though.
Perception awareness to
looks.
See how many times that window has been replaced.
Probably at least 5. You can see at least.
Wow, that's a good roll.
Yes.
5.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go with 5 because of the 5.
I'll be honest, I'm not sure why you haven't already thrown him out that window.
She needs a larger audience for that.
Look, don't you flatter me like that.
Well, allow me to introduce myself. I am Vanith of House Milan, Minister of Transportation to the Empire.
Doesn't she already know you?
She is vaguely aware of you, but also I'm going to say that you said that backwards in character, and she kind of raises her eyebrows.
God damn it.
Look,
I
don't care what he told you. I don't bite.
Angler has assumed the face of a very pious person. Just yes, everything is going according to plan. Thank you. She hasn't. Yes, good. Obsidian.
Oh, I can talk now?
Yes, I asked you to talk.
Obsidian Shield. I'm a merchant.
It's a pleasure to meet you, Obsidian Shield. I'm Furious Cascade. And I take it from the facial expression of our more pious brother that he is lost in his own little world. Therefore, I will greet him when he has come back to creation, And
Moat is there and perked up and looking excitedly at new friend.
You may address
her
the cat.
eyes kind of alight on the cat.
The cat and him are in some ways one at times.
He is brother absolute repose.
Pleasure to meet him.
That cat's gonna love it when they meet the. By the way, our other member who disappeared is probably off to the dojo. If you hear screaming, it's probably him.
Her eyes, you are briefly convinced you are about to go out the window when you say that there is an unsupervised member of the Hearth about to visit the kids, and then he's gonna know what's coming. He's gonna get his ass kicked. Okay.
1,000% he will.
That's the plan. Can we smash cut to that?
Actually, I'm gonna smash cut the scene for a moment too. I don't have.
Can we smash cut to Yang coming flying in through the window?
First on camera display here of. All right, so the capture is cutting it off here, but it has been labeled that since Rum settled on depicting Repose as a cat, this human over here is Mode.
The human is Mode.
I do actually want to come sailing through the window.
The dojo is a little far away from that, but I have something equally as good for a smash cut.
My plan basically is I'm going to be like, hey, you kids want to fight a ninja? I know where your father is.
So, no, here's...
Sorry, my brain took a second to process that.
They're not the ones I'm worried about. It's the martial arts instructor.
Yeah, no, the thing is, the smash cut is that we smash to Granite Sunrise, currently has this strange masked intruder who is watching him train small children, train small children, currently in a fucking figure 4 leg lock and is twisting your joints until they are about to pop out. Confess! Who are you with?
You can't make me talk! I'll never talk!
What is wrong with you?
He's a big man. He'll end you.
Don't get me into this, motherfucker.
All right, I'll tell you who my boss is. It's Angler Spangles.
Wait, what?
Yeah, he's up in the longhouse.
Dad? Like both of the twins are just dad?
Yeah, you should go get him.
They immediately, literally trample over the both of you, just stampeding out towards the door. As Sunrise is hang on. I don't have a token for them on hand, but I do have their portrait, so let me just put that on screen for a brief second.
Angler's actually going to send the wind-carried words over to Granite saying, if you've apprehended him, and I'm sure you have, twist a little bit harder.
Let me double check which one is which.
Especially on his right shoulder. He's still favoring that after he got thrown through a window.
Yang feels the right shoulder get yanked.
What? Who told you my weakness?
My boss.
No.
Who's your boss? Speak. Tell me,
Angler, you dumb piece of... Actually, they actually grabbed for your mask for a second.
Nope. Kind of goose style dodge.
This is their portrait. And you are currently locked up in a grapple hold, so you can't really dodge.
Oh.
So you are just kind of punched in the mask as it refuses to actually come off. But you are able, as they release the hold to punch, able to wiggle out with a goose style dodge. Because remember, goose style is more effective at people who are angry at you.
Yeah, I'm basically just seeing what happens if I punch way above my weight class.
Yeah,
this is what I'm here for.
You are able to wriggle out of the hold and start posturing and being like, I've got you now. And then literally, there's a brief moment where Yang has the recognition moment of, oh wait, yeah, one of my cousins in the swamp, right, it is Lycan. That martial art he was doing, what was it, Tiger Style? Yeah, Tiger Style! Ah! As you are just double claw striked on the shoulders, wrapped around your throat, slammed into the ground.
Spinning, huh? That's a cool trick.
Your boxing is quite strong.
In creation's name did you do to get Angler to swear brotherhood with you?
I'm a vigilante that beats up criminals at night.
That makes perfect fucking sense.
Yeah, it does.
Cass is probably killing him right now.
Probably. Hey, can I take notes on this later? That was a really good instruction on holds.
Look, you're with the heart that's getting us out of here, right? Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Nice. Could you pop my shoulder back in place, though? That shit hurts. No. All right. Thought I'd ask.
Just no.
The second that you were relaxed and about to take care of it yourself, there's just this fucking football punt kick to the side of your shoulder to pop it into place the most painful way possible. First piece of advice, you leave yourself open too much. I don't know who taught you to be I don't remember the actual proper term in martial arts. The open, receptive Aikido style, where you are using momentum against them. I don't know who taught you to do that, and you're pretty good at it until someone actually connects a hit. You need to learn how to take hits.
Oh yeah, I got taught by a housewife.
This feels like something that I'm going to get less frustrated asking Angler for, and let me tell you, that's not something I say very often.
What, you gonna do something about it? You gonna hit me, big man? Huh?
Punch!
And as soon as I get punched, we should smash cut.
Yeah, just smash cut back to the conversation.
Smash cut to the boat. Old man sees a very
Old man's
interesting gull.
back.
Old man's here, fuck yeah!
Oh man!
He sees a very interesting gull go by. He ponders the meaning of the gull.
It's gonna be really interesting when Angler's wife comes to the boat and just goes, "Who the fuck is that?"
Oh, Cascade's gonna love him.
Oh god, they are going to get along like a house on fire. So it's just smash cut back.
Do I hear the thud?
There is a stampede coming in from the kids, and Cass, just despite herself, just smiles.
Oh boy. Angler is going to take 3 steps forward, grab Absolute Repose, push him to the side, and say, "Look out!" and then just kind of open up his arms.
Comes in, and again, I don't have tokens ready for him, but they both barrel in and just flying tackle Angler to the ground. And it is not a thing where Angler falls down to let them. No, they actually act full on, like, one to the chest, one to the legs, both tackle him to the ground.
And out the window they go. All 3 of them.
Skid several feet backwards.
And Angler's face, which was already beamed with pride, is even further. They learned! And he picks up the both of them, which he hadn't been able to do very easily before, but after months of training, and just spins them around and throws them up one by one into the air, and then catches them both and spins back down to the ground.
They're just both kind of beside themselves, just kind of almost beyond words in terms of how excited they are to see you. And Cass is just kind of looking on warmly.
I have so many stories to tell you two. I have so many things for you to see and to ride on. I saw so many things on the way here, back and forward. And he reaches into his pocket and pulls out the 3 different cranes that he asked Repose to make. Gives one to Ursula, one to Polaris, and over his shoulder, without even looking, hands the most delicate and intricate one to Cascade.
She is genuinely taken aback at that and gently takes it, and a lot of the tension in her shoulders kind of vanishes for a moment of just like, the impression the rest have is like, wait, you're capable of being that? Oh, okay.
And as as it's handed to her, another smaller crane pops out that has a little S written into it for Sunrise.
They should be on their way, I think.
Yes, they should. Probably with our 5th member in tow.
And then Yang comes in through the window.
Ow. This was part of my plan.
This is victory.
Your plans are idiotic!
You are a fool for following my script.
Girls, by the way, his right shoulder isn't working too hot, so if you would instruct him on why he should not be walking around like that, I'd really appreciate
Pop
it.
off of your arms and immediately run over to Yang, and Yang has the sudden and vivid memory of many training sessions in the SLC.
It's be diplomatic about wrong.
Just curl up into a ball, and they Ursula immediately goes for a hold and twist, and Polaris starts just kicking the shoulder just repeatedly.
You would notice that Ursula is using centipede-style techniques to hold you in place. Or at least the beginnings of one, not the actual charm itself.
Yeah. Smell sucks and smells bad. Ow!
Oh, take that back really should...
As soon as you said house melon sucks,
kind of nice, I guess.
As soon as you said house melon sucks, I look over at Cascade. It doesn't even look over at Cascade and just knows, oh no, you did not just say that in front of her. You haven't been introduced yet.
So the thing is, there are several responses here that could be scary. The scariest one is currently happening, where she's not reacting visibly yet.
Yep. Angler's gonna walk over to Yang and pick up the two girls and lift Yang up and said, all right, now I do have one last thing to do here, which is to introduce my final brother, a member of the Hearth, Yakuman.
Hi. I'm a doctor who's an SLC assassin who went rogue, kind of, and now I beat people up at night.
And as you start to talk, Angler happens to grab both his daughter. It's amazing how he can cover all their ears with two arms and just kind of whisks them back as that's happening and then spins them around right at the end so it looks like they didn't miss anything.
Meanwhile, Cascade is looking at Angler like Angler is a goddamn maniac.
I picked up a stray. What could I say?
Hi. I'm 10. Well, I'm 20.
So, what kind of window was this that just got, caved in?
Just a very simple thin glass.
All right, so Repose is actually, from the sound of that, brought back into the room and goes about just very smoothly and quietly and peacefully collecting the individual shards of glass off the floor, and then just kind of gently plies the edges of them and ends up like folding and fusing them back together, and just slowly, just in his hands, reassembling the pane, and then lays it up where it belongs.
Granite Sunrise walks in at this, and both A and Cass are like, "Wait, what? I see you have a craftsman in your hearth."
At least one, yes.
Oh, I know how to make chemicals.
Why am I not surprised?
Look, I'm not dumb enough to lie to you.
As you can see,
a very long stare from Cascade and Sunrise.
As you can see, our good brother here could possibly use a few fine pointers in polite conversation, which I'm sure will be beaten into him by either any of the four of you in this room that don't already know him.
I was raised in the woods. It's not really my fault if you think about it that way.
Oh boy.
I'm blameless.
Also, at this point, Angler is going to slightly guide both his daughter's eyes to look directly at the cat on Repose's shoulders.
Yeah, Mode is looking back and watching the antics continue as Repose is gradually and methodically kind of kneading this glass back together. It will take a while to get done, but
Repose, roll me Dex dodge.
Don't have any dodge.
You sure don't. You have maybe a second and a half of notice of the sound of feet behind you before you turn around and see two tween daughters of Angler lunging towards the cat on your shoulder. The briefest second as you turn to the side to look at Moat, see that Mode is looking at you, gives you a single slow blink, and then jumps majestically off of your shoulder over their heads as they crash into you.
And through the window.
There is not quite through the window, but against the wall. There is a brief scramble on the ground as they get back up and chase Mode.
No, I'm going to put forward here that Repose is just going to get ready to completely no-sell these kids, impacting firmly into the brick wall that they have decided to tackle.
Okay, yeah.
They were previously running at the actually complying and receptive friendly dad who like softens his posture and receives them. Repose is going to stop these children fucking dead.
Okay, him and a resistance +1.
Kids do run into walls. It's what they do.
Okay, yeah, they just kind of bonk against him.
What do I roll to fucking raging demon over there and grab them before they hit Repose?
Probably dexterity brawl, so
I'll go for it.
Okay.
I can roll high. Yeah, I got Dex 4, whatever. That's 5 dice.
Mm-hmm. Right, you raised your dex recently.
Yeah.
Alright, you are able to brace the back of their impact so they do not crash directly into the solid object. But that does mean that the three of you all just kind of bounce into each other at that. And then you feel claws alighting on top of your head. Through, like, not like pinching down because you have the mask, but you can feel like the clink as Mode is now on top of your head as the girls turn around.
I'm going to point at that whole situation and go, yeah, I fucked up like that before. Still hanging from Spanner's grip.
Angler smacks you upside the head. Language.
Oh, right. Wait.
Moat flicks the tail and flicks his tail in front of Obsidian's visor of the mask. What's the cat's name? Ursula asks.
Moat.
Hi, Moat! Moat's tail flicks once again, as there is the visible calculation going on in Moat's head of, attention, but rowdy children, messing with rowdy children, but attention. Attention. And just kind of hops down off of Obsidian's head onto the shoulder, claws down the front of Obsidian's vest onto the chest, and then just kind of gently alights in Polaris's arms.
Yep,
as Ursula immediately starts to go petting, and Moat just starts to purr very loudly. The Hearth has literally never seen Moat look so smug.
Huh. Well, now I'm just jealous.
Yeah, Repose will give a little bit of a blessing gesture in the general direction of the cat, and then get back to house repair.
Can you put me down now?
I put you down a while ago. Your shoulder. Come here, and cracks it again.
Can't you guys do this nicely?
You're the doctor.
He is doing it nicely.
Would you rather she did it?
Nah, I've had my ass kicked enough for one day.
Oh, day is still young.
Well, I mean, I still have all this to work with. I did do the thing last night.
That's right. You were part of the wrestling match.
She kind of leans in past Angler down.
Wait, do you not talk with your wife? You tell your wife, right?
Reaches down, grabs Yakuman by the front of the shirt, pulls up the collar, and just lifts him to standing position to meet her eye to eye.
Hello?
I heard the words. Excelsi assassin.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yeah, they kidnapped me like 20 years ago.
She looks to Angler. The fact that you are in a brotherhood with my husband means that he somehow has some sort of trust in you, regardless of that. I want to make it assured that if you or any member of your entire family so much as touch a hair on Ursula or Polaris's heads, I will not kill you. I will do the worst possible things imaginable that I can to you until you let your body die to escape it. Are we clear?
Wait, do you think I give a shit about SLC politics?
Her icy menace just immediately turns into, huh?
Like, they kidnapped me. That's why I went with that. They kidnapped me. Like, I didn't, like, they trained me. That's my history. That's not my ethos. Fuck them. Those guys suck. Like, have you seen their rulebook? It doesn't make any goddamn sense. They just go wherever they feel like and then justify it afterwards. It's the stupidest shit.
I come over and
smack to interrupt Yang.
I'll take him.
No. I have another piece of advice for him. If you don't care about their politics, the house that should be dead, the house that is only spoken of in whispers, the house that is feared as the boogeyman and the knife in the night of the Isle, I suggest you don't use that word anywhere on this continent unless you want to be killed on the spot.
Yeah, we're in a safe zone, right? No one's listening.
Smack!
But we're supposed to build trust. How am I supposed to do that if I lie to you? You guys don't make any sense. This Isle doesn't make any sense.
I told you he's going to take a little bit of work.
I understand from a perspective your enthusiasm for establishing trust and rapport. On the other hand, you told me that you were an assassin dedicated to killing the other great houses when you were going to have been alone with my daughters, if not for sunrise. Do you understand why that might make me a little upset?
That wouldn't hurt him.
Yang, take the L.
Doesn't make any sense though. Why would it hurt?
Yang, take the L.
I don't get it. I don't get what you mean.
Yang.
Okay, I understand.
As long as you do it.
What?
You're sorry.
But I'm not.
You pretend like you're
I
sorry.
am not going to take a fake apology from someone who is what they're doing because apparently you adopted a feral dog instead of a hearthmate.
Yeah, a little bit. Nice to meet you too, by the way.
Also in
She's looking at
character.
Yang, like she doesn't quite say it aloud, but the expression on her face is like, I can't stay angry at you if you keep agreeing.
Like the thing is, you're married to my I trust my hearthmate, and you're married to him, right? So why wouldn't I trust you? That doesn't make any sense.
Oh my god, you really weren't raised by any of the dynasts I know.
It's really refreshing to be around Yang.
Yeah.
Are you gonna smack me again? I don't want to get smacked again.
No, and it's horrifying how quickly I think I'm understanding my husband's perspective.
Isn't that good? You're married.
Oh boy. We have a long Yang, we're gonna talk later, okay?
I
I
love being the feral idiot in the room.
I had a.
I might help you on that conversation, Alan.
I can take care of this.
Oh no, you don't. This is a family affair.
I can take care of other things. And I pat Yang on the shoulder.
Hi.
We still need to talk.
Okay.
Well, remember, Yang, there's family, and he looks over at Cass, and then there's family. So a lot of this, we're all going to talk about as we go through this.
We have a month together, Obsidian says out loud.
Ash actually just bursts out laughing uncontrollably at that.
Oh, it's going to be a lot more than a month.
You know, I'm not as surprised as I should be that my husband found a bunch of idiots just like him to be a hearth with.
Hey, like finds like.
He certainly does, and it means at least I'll be used to it.
Looks back at Yang. Sure about that one. Yeah.
She glances back over to Repose approaching.
Well, you just give, say, a bit of a bow. Madam, I see you keep your home in good order. Fair seasons to you. And then he just lets himself out.
Oh, the window.
No, you just fix that window. It's staying up.
Damn, you're right.
Man, that's a good window.
She looks back to Aang.
Sorry for that, by the way.
Alright, he's got his shit together too much. What's wrong with him?
Ha.
You know what? That's like a day 2 or 3 on the trip kind of answer. So let's just worry about the feral one.
Ma'am,
Look,
everyone in this hearth has their own personal problems.
We're all trying to recontextualize growing up with violence into constructive means, and some of us fix windowsills and some of us are an idiot.
Cass looks at Yang just like, where the fuck did that come from?
He's very smart.
Oh yeah, do you want to see my science stuff?
No. That's when we have a conversation. We'll go through that later.
Yeah, quick cat check. Has Moat defeated these children? Does Moat require assistance?
Moat is being adored like a golden god by these children. Moat is
very good.
Yes, Moat has without a single strike won the war. And it is now actually, past midnight East Coast time.
Yes.
So past our usual time. So I think I'm going to go ahead and call it there, because I was just kind of on a roll the whole time, because this session has been really good.
Yeah, that was fun.
So, next time, catching up with Cass, catching up with Sunrise, catching up with Angler's Daughters, politics in House Nellens,
Parliament,
and then maybe Rock Parliament.
Oh, also Milan needs to have a long talk with Yang.
Several people need a long talk with Yang.
Several people are typing! I love it!
Several people are typing.
What's this island? Tell me about it.
More than anything else, I was looking forward to Yang meeting.
What do you mean you live in society?
I don't get it. You all guys do whatever you feel like. Brett does.
Cass has just been raised in the machinery of the dynasty as a mortal for a good part of her life, exalted above her station, has been dealing with all of those fucking micro and macro aggressions, and then Yang crashes through a window and it's just a feral animal at her and just doesn't know how to handle it.
Next time.
Next time.